Chapter 763. Ah. It really is Lord True Dragon. Even though the old doctor didn't like the dragon clan, the 4 great dragon clans were all mixed breeds. None of them were complete dragons. Yarrow worshipped true dragons, not dragons with impure bloodlines. When Dragon Teng appeared, the old physician quickly stood up and was about to kneel. No need, no need. I don't need such etiquette. Dragon Ting shook its head and stood on Mu Yu's shoulder. The old physician looked at Dragon Ting in awe. He finally believed Mu Yu's words. Anyway, it's important to keep Dragon Teng a secret. It's not that I don't trust the Yarrow in the Valley of Dawn, but there are too many people and it's too easy to spill the beans. So, please don't tell anyone, Mu Yu said seriously. Don't worry, Mu Yu. I'll keep Lord True Dragon's identity a secret. The True Dragon is the faith of all the demon clans. Although the Dragon Clan is usually arrogant, they have not been recognized by Ancestor Azure Dragon, so they cannot be recognized by us. We only recognize the True Dragon. The old doctor said solemnly. Dragon Ting raised its head proudly and said, I also look down on hybrids. Come on, there are a lot of demons among the mixed blood dragons who are many times stronger than you. You're a purebred, so you're just a flower vase, Little Handsome mocked. P2E, what flower vase? I haven't grown up yet. Dragon Ting said indignantly. By the time you've grown up, the flowers will have withered and then withered again, Little Handsome said disdainfully. Mu Yu was helpless. Dragon Ting seemed to have been born a long time ago, but its growth was too slow. It was as if the heavens had given it a unique racial advantage, but it also limited its growth. If he wanted to make Dragon Ting stronger, Mu Yu would have to wait until the Azure Dragon King returned. The Jade Serpent won't give up so easily. To prevent the dragons from sneaking into the Valley of Dawn again, I hope you can help me in the next few days by commanding the beasts in the Valley of Dawn to guard the place, Mu Yu said. After all, this was the Valley of Dawn. The old physician's influence in the Valley of Dawn was much stronger than Mu Yu's. Therefore, he needed the old physician's cooperation to command all the Yarrow clansmen on how to defend the Valley of Dawn. Little friend Mu Yu, just tell me what you want to do. I will arrange for everyone to do it. The old doctor also knew that this matter could not be taken lightly. Then I'll need you to tell me the layout of the Valley of Dawn in detail. You have to tell me where I can enter and leave as I please. You can't leave any blind spots. I'll need to set up a defensive formation to prevent people like Brother Jiao, and Brother Jiao from sneaking in and causing trouble, Mu Yu said. Mu Yu estimated that Jade Jiao Dragon would pay a price for the antidote of the Desolate Ruins poison. At the very least, he would be able to buy himself a few days to prepare. Not a problem, the old doctor agreed. Over the next few days, Mu Yu and everyone in the Valley of Dawn began to get busy. Under Mu Yu's command, they set up guards at the various forts in the Valley of Dawn, preventing the dragons from entering and leaving the Valley of Dawn as they pleased. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui also used the nearby trees and streams to form an invisible barrier. They also set up many powerful and effective spirit arrays within it. The Luanfeng Demon King had left behind many precious treasures. Many of them were used by Mu Yu as the foundations of the formations. They surrounded the entire Valley of Dawn. There was only one path left for the Yarrow clansmen to enter and leave the Valley of Dawn. The path was guarded by the residents of the Valley of Dawn in shifts. The old doctor played a decisive role in this. Since the Luanfeng Demon King was not around, the people of the Valley of Dawn only listened to his orders. With the old doctor's help, the Valley of Dawn was soon turned into a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. If the Jade Jiao Dragon wants to break in, will these defensive measures work? Xiao Shui checked the entire Valley of Dawn to make sure there were no loopholes, but she was still unsure. We won't be able to stop it if it tries to force its way in, but it won't be able to sneak in without making a sound. I can guarantee that, Mu Yu said confidently. If it wants to break in and kill people, why would it need to do it without making a sound? Can't it just roar and charge in? Dragon Ting asked in confusion. It won't happen. The 4 dragon tribes are fighting both openly and covertly. They all want to take down the other 3 factions. If the Jade Jiao Dragon tries to attack the Valley of Dawn by force and blatantly kills its people, the other dragons will definitely take the opportunity to drag it down with them, Mu Yu explained. The Valley of Dawn was the Luanfeng Demon King's territory. It was impossible to hide the fact that the Jade Jiao Dragon dared to attack the Valley of Dawn. If the other 3 dragon tribes reported the incident to the Luanfeng Demon King, the Jade Jiao Dragon would not be able to withstand the Luanfeng Demon King's wrath. That's right. We're just trying to stop the Jade Jiao Dragon's minions from sneaking in and playing tricks on us. You're so stupid, big earthworm, Xiao Shui said. You're right, but have you thought about it? The Jade Jiao Dragon won't attack the people of the Valley of Dawn, but it will come to the Valley of Dawn to capture you in the name of avenging its son. What will you do then? Xiao Shui asked worriedly. Capture me. If it dares to capture me openly, it's hard to say who will be the one to kill whom. A murderous glint flashed across Mu Yu's eyes. He had the power of slaughter, so he would not be at a disadvantage in a real fight. However, the power would affect Mu Yu, so Mu Yu would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. I really hope it dies from the poison. That would be the end of it, Dragon Teng harumphed. Mu Yu did not expect the Jade Jiao Dragon to be killed by the desolate ruin poison. After all, it was a tribulation-passing realm cultivator, so it would not die that easily. However, after their last battle, Mu Yu at least knew what the Jade Jiao Dragon was most afraid of. It's a pity that the plants at the edge of the desolate ruin can't be used casually outside. Otherwise, I'd definitely teach it a lesson. Mu Yu was quite disappointed. Not long after the plants at the edge of the desolate ruin left the desolate ruin, the poisonous mist would be released from the plants. It could not be maintained for long. If the poisonous mist leaked out, it might harm the people of the Valley of Dawn. If that happened, Old Man Tian would lose a lot of blood. Therefore, after much consideration, Mu Yu decided not to use the desolate ruin poison. After making the necessary preparations for the Valley of Dawn, Mu Yu began to cultivate for real. His cultivation was improving rapidly, but it was still far from enough with his current strength. In a few months, the cultivation world would usher in the final ranking of the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. In order to disrupt the Third Palace's plan, Mu Yu had to become one of the top 9 Supreme Immortals. However, the information about those who were ranked at the top of the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard was very secretive. The outside world did not know who they were at all. They only knew their names. Mu Yu guessed that most of these people were from the Shadowmen tribe or his own people from the Third Palace. He had to be prepared. For 7 consecutive days, the Valley of Dawn was peaceful. The people of the demonic tribe lived their lives as usual. There was still no movement from the Jade Jiao Dragon. Mu Yu guessed that the Jade Jiao Dragon was still entangled with the desolate ruin poison. However, on the 8th day, the demonic tribe guarding the Valley of Dawn came to report in a panic that the Jade Jiao Dragon had brought a large group of people to capture Mu Yu. So it's finally here. Mu Yu was not very flustered. The Jade Jiao Dragon must have sent many of his minions to infiltrate the Valley of Dawn. However, they probably did not succeed. That was why the Jade Jiao Dragon decided to take action personally. However, this was the territory of the Luan Phoenix demonic tribe after all. He did not dare to be too obvious. Therefore, he sent someone in to report. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui looked at each other, then left the Valley of Dawn and went outside. There were about 100 people outside the Valley of Dawn. All of them were Dragon Tribe members. The Jade Jiao Dragon stood in front of the demonic tribe members. The aura it exuded frightened the people of the Valley of Dawn. The old physician had already received the news and was confronting the Jade Jiao Dragon outside. Jade Jiao Dragon, why are you here today? The old physician was not intimidated by the Jade Jiao Dragon's aura. The Jade Jiao Dragon had secretly sent people to capture him before. However, things were different now. The Jade Jiao Dragon would not dare to do anything to the old physician in the Valley of Dawn's territory. The Jade Jiao Dragon sneered. I'm here today to capture a human for the demonic tribe. Old physician, the Valley of Dawn is harboring a human. How should you be punished? Mu Yu is a guest invited by the Patriarch of Yujiang. He's also the human who helped the White Azure Ape Patriarch and Yujiang Patriarch break free from the seal. Aren't you afraid that the patriarchs will blame you for coming here to capture him? The Jade Jiao Dragon's face twitched. It did not dare to provoke the Demon King's majesty. However, it had already prepared an excuse. Old physician, the White Azure Ape Patriarch and Yujiang Patriarch did say that a human helped them, but we've never seen this human. You said that the human is a guest invited by the Demon King, so he's the one? Who knows if he's a fake? Xiao Shui was there twice when the Demon King Patriarch was rescued. How could she have mistaken him for someone else? The old physician said coldly. The Jade Jiao Dragon's eyes flashed with hatred. I heard that this person named Mu Yu has many tricks up his sleeve. He's also a formation master. Xiao Shui is still young and easily deceived. For the safety of the demonic tribe members, I must take Mu Yu back and guard him until the patriarchs return. If the patriarchs are right, I'll let him go then. The Jade Jiao Dragon's excuse was all right. He only wanted to guard the person personally and did not show any intention of killing, so no one could refute it. Uncle Jiao Dragon, I don't think it's necessary to capture him. I can still tell who's good and who's bad. Xiao Shui and Mu Yu flew out of the valley and landed next to the old physician. The Jade Jiao Dragon's eyes flashed with hatred when it saw Mu Yu next to Xiao Shui. It's not up to you to decide if he's the one who helped the patriarchs. However, I know that this person killed my son, so I must take him back today. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being rude, the Jade Jiao Dragon said coldly. Mu Yu walked out and looked at the Jade Jiao Dragon from head to toe. Suddenly, he was surprised. Jade Jiao Dragon, has the desolate ruins poison been removed from your body? Chapter 764. Mu Yu was surprised to see that Jade Jiao Dragon showed no signs of being poisoned. However, Mu Yu soon understood what was going on. Damn you! Jade Jiao Dragon's face was filled with murderous intent. He was furious when he recalled what happened a few days ago. Let me guess. It's impossible for you to figure out how to detoxify the poison. However, you're completely detoxified now. So, there's only one possibility. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Forcing the poison to a certain part of your body and then cutting it off is the only way you know how to detoxify the poison. But your hands and feet are still intact, so where did you cut off? Xiao Shui suddenly stared at the middle of Jade Jiao Dragon's legs and said without hesitation, he didn't cut off his manly symbol, did he? Hearing Xiao Shui's words, the members of the Yarrow clan showed a strange expression. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Jade Jiao Dragon had been poisoned for so many years because he didn't want to cut off an arm or a leg. With the arrogance of the Dragon clan, how could he be a majestic true dragon if he lost his limbs? However, now that the poison in Jade Jiao Dragon's body was detoxified, he must have used an extreme method. It was possible that he did that to maintain his image. Say that again. Jade Jiao Dragon was filled with anger. Xiao Shui's words made him even more crazy. He suddenly grabbed at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's eyes turned cold. He was already holding the shadow clone sword in his hand. Facing Jade Jiao Dragon who was in the Tribulation Realm, he had to borrow Mu Ling's killing power. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from afar. It's so lively here. A middle-aged man in a luxurious black robe walked over with laughter. His face was dark, but he looked dignified and had the demeanor of a king. However, there was a hint of viciousness between his eyebrows. The strangest thing was that the man had a bright smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes. Hey Hulong, what are you doing here? Jade Jiao Dragon stopped and glared at Hey Hulong. His face twisted. The hidden forest black tiger dragon was one of the 4 great dragon clans and was the sworn enemy of the Jade Flood Dragon. Back then, it was Hey Hulong's scheme that caused Jade WM to be poisoned by the desolate ruins. Therefore, when Jade WM saw Hey Hulong, it was easy to imagine the hatred in its heart. Brother Yu Jiao, you've mustered so many people to cause trouble in Dawn Valley. If Luan Feng finds out, she won't let you off. I don't think your North Shore Abyss can afford to lose any more members, right? Hey Hulong still had a smile on his face. He looked at the Jade Serpent with a mocking gaze. What do you mean? The jade serpent dragon gnashed its teeth in hatred. Its killing intent was on full display, but it held back and did not attack. If they were to really fight, he wasn't confident that he could win against He Hulong. Moreover, he had come here today to capture Mu Yu for the dragon vine. He couldn't let He Hulong reap the benefits. 2 days ago, I heard that your subordinates, Jiao Guanwen and Jiao Dalang, had both lost an arm. Jiao Dahu's whereabouts were also unknown. As for Xingyun's death, as his uncle, I was even more heartbroken. Your North Shore abyss is really plagued with misfortunes. He Hulong pretended to be sorry. Long Xingyun had 9th level true dragon bloodline. He was the one most likely to become a true dragon among the 4 major dragon tribes. He was also a thorn in the side of the other dragons. The Jade Serpent Dragon didn't want to let Long Xingyun out of its sight. However, the White Ape Demon King insisted that Long Xingyun go out to train. The White Ape Demon King believed that the current Fae were too delicate and inexperienced. They needed to go through more hardships before they could compete with the humans in the future. The Jade Serpent Dragon didn't dare to disobey the White Ape Demon King. Therefore, it sent Long Yeli with him. However, who would have thought that Long Xingyun would die after going out to train? The Jade Serpent Dragon was furious about Long Xingyun's death. However, it didn't dare to reprimand the White Ape Demon King. Therefore, it vented its anger on Mu Yu. The Purple Bolt-Winged Dragon and the Hidden Forest Black Tiger Dragon were secretly happy. After all, they had one less big problem. The Jade Serpent Dragon said coldly, "He Hulong, you don't have to worry about this. There are countless capable people in the North Shore Abyss. I'm here today to catch a human spy who has infiltrated our Fae territory. If you know what's good for you, don't stand in my way." He Hulong laughed. "Brother Jade Serpent, please don't be angry. You said that you came to Dawn Valley today to catch a spy who has infiltrated our Fae territory. However, I heard that our young friend Mu Yu is the benefactor who saved the Yujiang Patriarch and the White Ape Demon King. If you treat our young friend Mu Yu like this, I'm afraid you won't just offend the Luan Phoenix Patriarch." He Hulong's words made the Jade Serpent Dragon even angrier. Of course, he knew about the relationship between Mu Yu, the White Ape Demon King, and the Siren King. However, he pretended not to know that today to denounce Mu Yu. If He Hulong didn't intervene, the Jade Serpent Dragon would have killed Mu Yu without mercy. When the Demon King investigated, the Jade Serpent Dragon could say that he didn't know Mu Yu's identity and mistakenly killed Mu Yu as a spy. Moreover, the dragon vines would have been in his hands by then. However, now that He Hulong was here, things would be tricky. He Hulong would definitely obstruct the Jade Serpent Dragon. It would be impossible for the Jade Serpent Dragon to monopolize the dragon vines. The White Ape Demon King and the Yujiang Patriarch were indeed saved by a young human, but none of us have seen him. How can you be so sure that he's Mu Yu? I think he's a spy. We must catch him and interrogate him. The Jade Serpent Dragon snorted. I didn't expect you to not even believe Qiao Shue's words. Then, do you believe this person's words? He Hulong smiled and looked into the distance. Then, a person flew to He Hulong's side in fear. It was Long Yeli. Isn't Long Yeli from Long Xingyun? Why is he with He Hulong? Mu Yu asked in surprise. Qiao Shui shook her head in confusion. She looked at Long Yeli with a trace of pity in her eyes. At this moment, Long Yeli was in a very miserable state. Shocking wounds could be faintly seen on his body, and even one of his arms and legs had been broken. His aura was extremely weak, and he had suffered great injuries. Long Yeli, you're still alive. Didn't I ask you to be buried with my son? The Jade Serpent Dragon was furious. A terrifying aura turned into a sharp blade and rushed toward Long Yeli. Long Yeli took a step back in horror. However, He Hulong shielded Long Yeli behind him and neutralized the Jade Serpent Dragon's attack. Jade Serpent Dragon, I didn't expect you to still be so bloodthirsty after so many years. Long Yeli has already told me how Xingyun died, but you want to kill him to silence him. You are really muddle-headed. He Hulong shook his head and said, Long Yeli didn't protect my son well. He deserved to die. The Jade Serpent Dragon said angrily. After learning the news of his son's death, the Jade Serpent Dragon was furious and questioned Long Yeli about what had happened. Long Yeli told the whole story to the Jade Serpent Dragon. However, the Jade Serpent Dragon didn't believe Long Yeli at all. He had been looking for someone to take responsibility for his son's death. In order to protect himself, Long Yeli could only lie that Long Xingyun's death had something to do with Mu Yu. But even so, the Jade Serpent Dragon didn't let Long Yeli go. He wanted to kill Long Yeli for failing to protect his son. Unexpectedly, Long Yeli was still alive and was rescued by He Hulong, Jade Flood Dragon. Patriarch Azure Dragon said that we demons should unite as one. Long Yeli was also at the body integration stage and was one of the few powerful demons in the demon race. You killed him so casually. That's child's play. Long Yeli, tell everyone the truth about how Xingyun died back then. With me here today, no one will be able to kill you. He Hulong patted Long Yeli's shoulder with a hypocritical look on his face. Just as Long Yeli was about to speak, another figure suddenly floated over, leaving behind a few loud laughs in the air. Ha ha. The Valley of Dawn is unprecedentedly lively today. Brother He Hulong, you're treating me as an outsider. If you want Long Yeli to tell the truth, you didn't wait for me. A man in a purple robe landed near He Hulong in a flash. He had an imposing appearance and a calm expression. Every movement he made exuded a dignified aura. He looked younger than Yu Jiaolong and He Hulong, but his aura did not belong to the two of them at all. He was one of the 4 dragon clans, the purple electric winged dragon. Haha. What are you saying, brother Flying Wing? Aren't you here now? He Hulong was not surprised at all by the purple lightning flying wing dragon's arrival. It would be strange if the purple lightning flying wing dragon didn't show up today. He Hulong looked around. Sure enough, another figure appeared in the distance. You're all gathered here without informing me. That's not very good, is it? A woman in a yellow veil walked over leisurely from afar. Every step she took caused a faint ripple to appear in the air. She had only taken 2 steps, but she had already arrived beside the Jade WM in the blink of an eye. This woman had a cold and beautiful appearance. She appeared to be in her 30s. She was dignified and elegant, but her eyes swept over Long Yeli with hostility. She then turned to the demon clan members of the Valley of Dawn before finally settling on Mu Yu. Killing intent flashed in the yellow-clothed woman's eyes. She was the leader of the demonic dragon pythons, Long Kushuang. Although she looked young, she was actually the oldest among the 4. She was decisive and ruthless. Compared to the other 3 leaders of the dragon clan, she was not inferior at all. Long Kushuang's sister was married to the Jade Serpent Dragon. Therefore, the Jade Serpent Dragon was Long Kushuang's brother-in-law. The North Shore Abyss and the demonic dragon pythons were in an alliance. Among the 4, Long Kushuang was the oldest, followed by He Hulong, the Jade Serpent Dragon, and finally the Flying Wing Dragon. They're really giving me face today. All 4 dragon clans are here. Mu Yu smiled. You can still smile at a time like this. Qiao Shui was worried. If the 4 dragon clans were to attack Mu Yu, it would be difficult to deal with them today. Don't worry. Since they're not here in an alliance, we have nothing to worry about. On the contrary, we can watch a good show. Mu Yu said. These 4 demon clans were not easy to deal with. They were always scheming against each other. Although they did not seem to have any great enmity with each other, it was obvious that although they were polite on the surface, they were actually more ruthless than anyone else in the dark. Today, the leaders of the 4 dragon clans had all come here with their own ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, they were all here for him. Since Long Yeli had sided with the He Hulong and told him everything, he was afraid that the matter of the dragon vine had already been leaked to the He Hulong. As for the purple electric flying wing dragon, he should have also received some news. Even if he did not know, he was already here. And there was only one dragon vine. All 4 dragon clans wanted it. Who would it belong to? Whoever made a move on the dragon vine first would become the scapegoat. When the Azure Dragon Monster King came back to pursue the matter, the other 3 would push all the blame to the one who made the first move. The gun would hit the bird that sticks out. The 4 patriarchs definitely knew this principle. Long Yeli, what truth did you want to say just now? You can say it now. Long Keshuang looked at Long Yeli. Long Yeli shuddered. This woman was able to become the leader of the demonic dragon python. How could she be easy to deal with? I. Long Yeli was so scared that his face turned ashen. It's fine, Long Yeli. Be bold and tell us how Long Xingyun got into trouble. We all watched Long Xingyun grow up. We can't bear to see him die so young. Don't you all agree? The He Hulong said in a clear voice. That's right. With Brother He Hulong here, Long Yeli, are you still afraid that someone will kill you to silence you? The purple electric flying wing dragon said indifferently. The matter is like this. Back then, because young Master Xingyun was disrespectful to Lord Sea Demon King, Long Yeli hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to throw caution to the wind. He told them everything that happened on the Demon Island, including how Long Xingyun was captured by the people from the Gate of Hell and how he surrendered to the people from the Gate of Hell. In the end, he chose to occupy the body of the Sea Demon King in order to survive. So nephew Xingyun even dared to lay his hands on the Sea Demon King? The He Hulong pretended to be surprised. Long Yeli, how dare you speak nonsense? How could Xingyun do such a thing to Yu Jiang's ancestor? Today, I must get rid of you who is full of nonsense and shirking responsibility, the Jade Flood Dragon said angrily. If what Long Yeli said was true, then everyone would know that Long Xingyun deserved to die. After his son died, he would be despised by all the demon clansmen. It might even implicate him. How could the Jade Flood Dragon let that happen? The He Hulong shook his head regretfully. However, his eyes revealed the craftiness of an old fox. He had always wanted to take down the Jade Flood Dragon. Now was the best time to hit the Jade Flood Dragon when he was down. This was also the reason why he brought Long Yeli here today. Everything this subordinate said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qiao Shui. She was also there. She knows everything. Long Yeli said anxiously. Chapter 765. However, Qiao Shui said seriously, Long Yeli is right. Long Xingyun brought this upon himself. He was afraid of death and almost ruined everything. Long Keshuang stopped smiling and stared at Qiao Shui. Qiao Shui, I always thought you were a smart girl. Why are you spouting nonsense today? Have you been bewitched by that human brat? Whether it's true or false, you can wait for Yu Jiang's ancestor to return and ask him yourself. Yu Jiang's ancestor has probably told Grandpa Azure Dragon everything clearly. Could it be that you dare to question Yu Jiang's ancestor? Qiao Shui was not afraid of Long Keshuang's threat. She pushed the matter to the Sea Goblin King. If they had a problem, they could go to the Sea Goblin King. Long Xingyun dared to attack the Sea Goblin King, so he deserved to die. There was no way to argue. Long Keshuang's expression changed. She knew Long Xingyun's character. Long Yeli and Qiao Shui were most likely telling the truth. She was hoping that Qiao Shui would help cover it up for the sake of growing up with Long Xingyun. That way, she would have a reason to kill Long Yeli. However, Qiao Shui did not cooperate at all. Qiao Shui, you've disappointed me, Long Keshuang said meaningfully. Qiao Shui was unmoved. The winged dragon laughed. What do you mean by this? Nephew Xingyun might have done something wrong. However, since he's no longer here, we don't need to pursue his mistakes, right? Today, Brother Jade Dragon came here to take revenge on Mu Yu. However, now that it's confirmed that this matter has nothing to do with Mu Yu, it's a bit unreasonable for Brother Jade Dragon to attack Mu Yu. Hey, is this guy speaking up for you? Xiao Shui asked curiously. Mu Yu smiled faintly. He's not helping me. He's preventing me from being captured by Jade Dragon. Don't forget that Dragon Vine is with me. I think Purple Lightning Winged Dragon already knows about Dragon Vine. So it's for the big earthworm. Little Commander realized. Dragon Vine snorted arrogantly. Mixed dragons are all hypocrite. The Purple Electric Winged Dragon did indeed have this idea in mind. All the dragons that came today had this goal in mind. Everyone had ulterior motives, coveting the true dragon's bloodline, but on the surface, they were all hypocritical and did not reveal their true intentions. The purple electric flying dragon turned to look at Muyu and laughed heartily. Little friend Muyu, I am the purple electric flying dragon, Long Shintu. You are the one who saved the white ape ancestor and the Panyu tribe ancestor, so you must be an honored guest of the demon race. If you come to the demon clan, all of us will welcome you. Don't worry. In the Yarrow clan, no one dares to harm you. Yes. Since Xingyun's death had nothing to do with you, we'll definitely protect you. We're from the demon race. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the hidden forest black tiger dragon of the Azure Dragon dynasty, Long Xing'an. Black Tiger Dragon said very politely. With their tribulation passing stage cultivation and their status as high and mighty members of the dragon clan, they would not be so polite to a human under normal circumstances. Only those in the know would know why they were so humble. The Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang both looked at Mu Yu coldly. They did not hide their killing intent like the Winged Dragon and Black Tiger Dragon. They were determined to blame Mu Yu for Long Xingyun's death. I am Mu Yu. Since the two patriarchs of the dragon race did not blatantly put pressure on Mu Yu, then he naturally would not say anything. After all, he alone could not deal with 4 patriarchs of the dragon race. Everyone was well aware of their own thoughts. They would definitely play tricks in the dark. The Black Tiger Dragon and Winged Dragon would not be the first to shed all pretense of cordiality. The Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang could not do anything because of the Black Tiger Dragon and Winged Dragon's presence. Qiao Shui, you have to treat our benefactor well, the Winged Dragon said earnestly. Of course. Qiao Shui nodded. The Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang whispered to each other for a while. Then, the Jade Jiao Dragon revealed a cruel smile and said to the other 2 dragon clan chiefs, your attitudes are quite surprising. Like the 2 of you, we also hope that Mu Yu can be in the Valley of Dawn. The Jade Jiao Dragon paused and said in a very cruel voice, live well. The Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang immediately turned around and left the Valley of Dawn with their people. The Black Tiger Dragon laughed and said, then I won't disturb the Valley of Dawn any longer. Goodbye. The purple electric winged dragon also said, little friend Mu Yu, we will meet again someday. With that, the Black Tiger Dragon and purple electric winged dragon disappeared into the sky with Long Yeli. The people of the Valley of Dawn were relieved. Ah! They left just like that. Long Teng was shocked. What else? Do they want us to take care of them? Mu Yu was not surprised at all. The old doctor walked over as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He was secretly sweating. Facing the 4 dragon clan chiefs, he was also shocked. Fortunately, they all left. I thought they would at least attack you, Mu Yu. The old doctor also knew the reason why the 4 dragon clan chiefs had their eyes on Mu Yu. However, the 4 dragon clan chiefs did not reveal the truth, so the old doctor did not mention Long Teng's matter. How could they let it go so easily? If anyone attacks me today, they will definitely be punished when the demon kings come back to investigate. This is just the calm before the storm. Mu Yu said calmly. The 4 dragon clan chiefs were all eyeing Long Teng covetously. However, their strength was almost the same. If they really fought, it would be difficult to determine the winner. Even if the final victor obtained Long Teng, he would not dare to openly take away Long Teng's true dragon bloodline. If he did, none of them would be able to bear the Azure Dragon Demon King's anger. Therefore, they would not expose their ambitions. On the surface, the Black Tiger Dragon and Winged Dragon were very polite. However, they were only doing this to prevent the Jade Flood Dragon from monopolizing Long Teng. Now, they were planning to secretly take Long Teng away without anyone knowing. The days in the Valley of Dawn were not going to be peaceful. Then what do we do now? Are we going to wait for them to come and attack us secretly? Just like last time? The old doctor said uneasily. Last time, Tian Silkworm and Xiao Bao's death was very painful for the Yarrow clan members of the Valley of Dawn. If the 4 demon clans secretly sent people to attack them, the Valley of Dawn would not be peaceful. It's time for us to spread the news about Long Teng. Mu Yu looked at the Yarrow clan members guarding the entrance of the Valley of Dawn and said in a low voice. But I thought you didn't want Master True Dragon to. The old doctor asked hesitantly. Long Yeli betrayed the Jade Flood Dragon. He must have told the black tiger dragon about Long Ting. The purple lightning-winged dragon must have found out about it somehow. Now that the 4 demon clans know about Long Ting's existence, there's no need for us to hide it any longer. What do you think, Long Ting? Mu Yu asked. In the beginning, Mu Yu only wanted to deal with the Jade Flood Dragon. However, since the other demon clans were involved, he had no choice but to deal with them together. We're always running around fighting each other anyway. It's not a big deal, Long Ting said fearlessly. Mu Yu rubbed his forehead. Usually, he was the only one who ran around to deal with things. Long Ting and Little Shuai were just good at talking. They had returned to the Valley of Dawn. Meanwhile, the old doctor had already gathered a few thousand people in the Valley of Dawn. When everyone saw the old doctor's serious expression, they thought that the Valley of Dawn was going to be in trouble when the leaders of the 4 demon clans came to visit. Old doctor, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Madame Zhu was the first to ask. Yeah. Are the demon clans planning to attack the Valley of Dawn while the Luanfeng Monster King is away? Maro Daju asked anxiously. Then what should we do? We are no match for the 4 demon clans. Mammoth Yarrow asked in a low, muffled voice. If they want to attack us, then we'll fight them. There's nothing to be afraid of. Elder Tian Kan clenched his fist angrily. He was still holding a pork bun in his hand. He waved it in the air, scattering the minced meat everywhere. That's right, fight it out with them. Heavenly Silkworm Aunt also said angrily by the side. Tian Kan and Xiao Bao had died at the hands of Jiao Dahu and Jiao Dalang. The Tian Kan couple was already gnashing their teeth in anger toward the demon clans. Unfortunately, they were only in the out-of-body stage. They were not even worth mentioning in front of the demon clans. The old doctor set up a high platform in the middle of the street in the Valley of Dawn. He stood on it and waved his hand at everyone, indicating for them to quiet down. He said, "Everyone, please calm down. Today, I'm going to announce something very important. It's also something that the demon clans have never experienced before. He's also the hope of the demon clans. His appearance will break the arrogance of the 4 demon clans. They will no longer be able to do evil." The old doctor became more and more excited as he spoke. Even his voice was trembling. That's right, the demon clans have welcomed a second true dragon. Silence. All the demon clans stopped their clamor and looked at the old doctor strangely. They were not as happy as they thought they would be. They looked at each other. A second true dragon has already appeared. Which dragon clan member has awakened the true dragon bloodline? Old doctor, what kind of good news is this? That's right. What does the awakening of a true dragon have to do with us? The dragon clan is still looking down on us. The demon clans below began to discuss again. The demon clans in the Valley of Dawn did not have any true dragon bloodline. They were often ostracized and discriminated against by the 4 demon clans. Everyone complained incessantly. Therefore, when the old doctor announced this news, everyone thought that one of the 4 demon clans had successfully awakened into a true dragon. The old doctor knew that everyone had misunderstood him. He hurriedly asked Mu Yu to come up. Mu Yu floated up and said, "Everyone has misunderstood. The 4 demon clans are usually arrogant, but it's impossible for them to awaken 10 levels of their bloodline. However, I found a genuine true dragon outside. He doesn't belong to any of the 4 demon clans." Dragon Vine had already crawled out of his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, it grew bigger. Its huge body circled in the air and roared majestically. The distant dragon roar instantly silenced everyone. "Hey! Don't compare me to those mixed-blood dragons. I was born a true dragon." Dragon Vine raised its head proudly. This is really a true dragon." Madame Zhu swallowed her saliva and said in disbelief. "His aura is exactly the same as the Azure Dragon ancestors. Is he really not from any of the 4 demon clans?" Many demon clans were still in disbelief. Dragon Vine's majestic aura had intimidated them. However, they still did not dare to confirm this matter. Lord True Dragon is a supreme being born between heaven and earth. How can he be compared to those arrogant trash from the 4 demon clans? The old doctor scolded. "That's right. Lord True Dragon belongs to our Valley of Dawn. He will lead us to fight against the 4 demon clans. In the future, we won't have to worry about being oppressed by the 4 demon clans. Xiao Shui also stood up and said, "Won't have to worry about being oppressed by the 4 demon clans." Chapter 766. The natives of the Valley of Dawn were all Yarrow clansmen without true dragon bloodline. Since the Azure Dragon dynasty's development, the Azure Dragon King had been producing offspring with other Yarrow clansmen for the sake of the continuation of his race. Gradually, the Yarrow clansmen began to view those with true dragon bloodline as superior. Although none of the dragon clansmen's bloodline was 100% pure, as long as a Yarrow clansman had a bit of true dragon bloodline, their status in the Yarrow clansmen would be much higher. Some Yarrow clansmen were only relatives and had no true dragon bloodline at all. However, for the sake of face, they would still insist that they were part of the dragon clan. Those Yarrow clansmen without true dragon bloodline were gradually looked down upon by the dragon clan. Unless they were extremely powerful, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the dragon clan. Up until now, the number of Yarrow clansmen without true dragon bloodline in the Azure Dragon dynasty had decreased. However, they were not completely extinct. At least 20% of them were primitive Yarrow clansmen. All these years, the primitive Yarrow clansmen had not lived a happy life. Unless their cultivation was very high, they would be born inferior to the dragon clan. If not for the Luan Feng Demon King's appearance 10 years ago and the establishment of the Valley of Dawn, gathering the primitive Yarrow clansmen together, they would probably still be suffering oppression. The Luan Feng Demon King's appearance had turned the Valley of Dawn into a peaceful place. However, once the Luan Feng Demon King was gone, the Dragon Clan would attack them. Once they left the Valley of Dawn, they would be ostracized by the Dragon Clan. The Yarrow clansmen of the Valley of Dawn hated the Dragon Clan to the core. They only respected true dragons. Now that Xiao Shui suddenly stood up and said that Long Ting would lead them to no longer be oppressed by the Dragon Clan, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. Patriarch Azure Dragon said that he will pass the throne to a true dragon. "Doesn't that mean you will be the next emperor?" Madame Zhu suddenly asked. "After you become the emperor, will you really take care of those arrogant and despotic dragon clansmen?" Old Man Tian Can asked excitedly. In the eyes of the Yarrow clansmen of the Valley of Dawn, the Dragon Clan was only a bully. It was not enough to make them submit. However, a true dragon was different. "Emperor? I don't know much about this." Dragon Teng originally wanted to say that he didn't care about the position of emperor. After all, he was used to being lazy. However, Mu Yu interrupted him and said, "That's right. We will help everyone deal with the arrogant and despotic Dragon Clan. We are all demons, so we should have the same status. We should be equal and not look down on each other. Don't you think so?" "That's right. We Yarrow are equal. They aren't true dragons, so what right do they have to look down on us?" Old Man Tian Can clenched his chubby fist and said, "You're right. Yarrow is equal. Yarrow is equal. Yarrow is equal." The demonic beasts in the Valley of Dawn suddenly roared fervently. Their voices shook the heavens and echoed throughout the Valley of Dawn for a long time. Their emotions had been stirred up by Mu Yu's words, "Monsters are equal." It was as if they couldn't wait to vent the resentment that had accumulated for many years. But now, the 4 great dragon clans want to secretly harm the true dragon. They want to extract the true dragon's blood and fuse it with their own bodies to cultivate themselves into a true dragon. We definitely can't let this happen. So, we must protect the true dragon. Mu Yu continued to shout. "That's right. Protect the true dragon. Protect the true dragon. Protect the true dragon. Protect the true dragon." Everyone looked at Dragon Ting in the air in awe and shouted excitedly. Little Shui muttered softly, "Mu Yu, why do I feel like you're a bit of a swindler? The village chief of Flowing Water Village is quite similar to you. Did you learn something bad from him? P2E, this is leadership, okay? Have you heard of nobility, and status? An uprising must have a good reason. We have Dragon Ting as the benchmark. Do you think we won't be able to find supporters? Besides, where there's oppression, there's resistance. I'm just guiding them appropriately. We can't fight alone in other people's territory, right? Mu Yu shrugged. He had to find something to use as a slogan for the uprising. Considering the current conflict between the demonic beasts and the dragon clan, "Protect the True Dragon" was the most appropriate slogan. From the demonic beast's point of view, he felt sympathy for the demonic beasts who didn't have the true dragon's blood. The demonic beasts had always been the backbone of the demonic beast's social structure. But since the demonic king broke some rules and was sealed away 5,000 years ago, the demonic beasts were on the brink of extinction. That was why the dragon clan rose to prominence. The dragon clan was also a combination of demonic beasts. But after they gained power, they forgot their roots and looked down on their ancestors. They tried every means possible to cut ties with the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts felt like they had given birth to a bunch of ingrates. Mu Yu thought that if he could help, he would help. If he wanted to protect Dragon Teng, he had to borrow everyone's strength. He nudged Dragon Teng, indicating that Dragon Teng should say something. At least, he should make a statement. But I don't know what to say. Dragon Teng looked depressed. The wind-wind heart-linking formation immediately connected Dragon Teng. Mu Yu said in his heart, "Say whatever I say." Dragon Teng understood Mu Yu's meaning. He followed Mu Yu's words and said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. As a true dragon, I will protect everyone. The Dragon Clan is a bunch of ungrateful people who forget their roots. They have severely damaged the unity of the demonic beasts. If we can't even be united and harm each other, how can we let the demonic beasts flourish? Everyone, remember this. The people of the dragon race are not naturally nobler than the primitive demon race. What we advocate is the spirit of equality between demon race and demon race. Even I am the same as everyone else. We allow differences in strength, but we do not allow differences in bloodline." Lord True Dragon, you're so right. This is the demeanor of a king. Lord True Dragon is right. Why should the Dragon Clan be born nobler than us? That's right. We're all guards. Why do the Dragon Clan enjoy a higher allowance than us? Abolish the nobility system of the Dragon Clan and realize equality for all demonic beast. Defeat the mixed-blood Dragon Clan and follow Lord True Dragon to death. Defeat the mixed-blood Dragon Clan and follow Lord True Dragon to death. Dragon Teng, or rather, Mu Yu's words stirred up everyone's emotions. Every demonic beast seemed to have found an outlet to vent their emotions. They roared passionately, swearing to follow Dragon Teng to realize equality for all demonic beasts. I didn't think that the Honorable Lord True Dragon would be willing to put himself on the same level as us. He is the hope of all demonic beast. The old doctor's eyes brimmed with tears. In the end, he took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He'd only casually mentioned a general idea to make it sound like a real deal. Who would have thought that the primitive demonic beasts of the Valley of Dawn would react so strongly? Even the old doctor was so engrossed in his speech that he even began to cry. It was no wonder. The primitive demonic beasts were used to being bullied. Even when the Luan Phoenix demonic king was here, she wouldn't be too obvious because of the green dragon demonic king. But now that the demonic kings weren't here, Dragon Teng's words were different. She was a true dragon. If even the true dragon said that the true dragon bloodline wasn't important, then what were the Dragon Clan members with mixed bloodlines? Xiao Shui laughed. The big earthworm will definitely be a puppet emperor in the future. Mu Yu will be the boss behind the scenes. He'll be the royal regent. What about you? The Minister of Internal Affairs. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. The primitive demonic beasts of the Valley of Dawn were all on high alert. They took on the responsibility of protecting Dragon Ting. Their philosophy was to fight for a better tomorrow. Under the old doctor's instructions, everyone took on the responsibility of protecting Dragon Ting. Many of them took the initiative to patrol the Valley of Dawn to prevent any Dragon Clan members from taking advantage of the situation. Some of them even left the Valley of Dawn to spread the news of the true dragon's reappearance to the rest of the demonic beasts. In any case, everyone knew that the Valley of Dawn was being protected by Mu Yu's spell formation, which could fend off body integration stage demonic beasts. Although it couldn't stop the 4 Tribulation Transcendence stage clan leaders, now that the news of Dragon Ting's existence had spread throughout the entire demonic beast race, the 4 Tribulation Transcendence stage dragon clan leaders didn't dare to act recklessly. None of the 4 wanted to be caught by the others and be accused of disrespecting the true dragon. Mu Yu, I don't care about the throne of the emperor. I'd rather travel around the world and enjoy myself. In Qiao Shue's home, Dragon Ting stretched lazily on Mu Yu's shoulder. Qiao Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter. The 4 dragon clan members are all envious of the true dragon, yet you're making all sorts of excuses. I'm indifferent to fame and fortune. Dragon Ting raised her head and said. TCH, you parasite. You just want to cultivate with Mu Yu's spiritual power. Indifferent to fame and fortune? What a nice way to put it. Xiao Shui exposed Dragon Ting's little scheme. Dragon Ting's face reddened as she harumphed. What does that have to do with you? Mu Yu doesn't mind. Mu Yu shook his head in exasperation. Raising a parasite and having to protect its life at all times was really tiring. In any case, before the Archfiend King's return, we have to be on high alert. Now that news of the true dragon has spread, the dragon clan members won't dare to act rashly. However, they definitely won't give up, Mu Yu said. I hate mixed-blood dragons the most. I feel like they've tarnished my image. I can either be a normal Archfiend clan member and be comfortable to look at, or I can be a complete true dragon and be a bit more impressive. I really hate people like that, Dragon Ting said. Actually, Grandpa Azure Dragon doesn't like the 4 dragon clan members either. He values the native Archfiend clan members more because he doesn't like his noble image becoming indecent. Therefore, he set a rule that only true dragons can take over his position. He's very similar to you in this regard, Qiao Shui said with a smile. Then why does he allow the 4 Archfiend clan members to bully the primitive Archfiend clan members? Dragon Ting asked in confusion. Because the Archfiend clan members with the true dragon bloodline are much stronger than the primitive Archfiend clan members. If the Archfiend clan members want to rise, they have to rely on the dragon clan members. Therefore, as long as the dragon clan members don't do anything excessive, he will turn a blind eye to it, Qiao Shui said. Then is this considered an uprising? Little Shui asked excitedly, overthrowing the evil monarch Archfiend Azure Dragon's rule? Overthrowing the Azure Dragon dynasty. What are you thinking about in that little head of yours? Why are you always interested in such strange things? This is just a temporary measure to deal with the 4 dragon clan members. Do you understand? Mu Yu flicked Little Shui's head. This guy just wanted to see the world in chaos. Just thinking about such a fun thing makes me excited. Big Earthworm, why don't we work together to overthrow the old Dragon King? Little Shui said while rubbing his fists. No, I prefer to sleep. So unambitious. The 2 of you, don't cause trouble. We need to think of a way to get through this period without the Archfiend, Mu Yu said. We're out in the open, while they're in the dark. I'm afraid it's going to be very troublesome, Qiao Shui said worriedly. I don't like to sit around and wait for death. We need to take the initiative. Mu Yu poured himself a cup of rice wine. This was brewed by Lord Sky Silkworm himself as a thank you gift. Mu Yu found the wine to be quite delicious. The appearance of the true dragon in the Yarrow territory caused a huge commotion. Many onlookers who didn't know the truth began to get excited. The Valley of Dawn wasn't the only place among the Yarrow territory where primitive Yarrow clansmen lived. In the entire Azure Dragon dynasty, 80% of the population were dragons, and only 20% were primitive Yarrow clansmen. When they heard about the appearance of the Lord True Dragon, many Yarrow clansmen thought about the rule set by the Archfiend Azure Dragon's successor. They traveled thousands of miles just to see the true dragon in the Valley of Dawn. More and more Yarrow clansmen arrived in the Valley of Dawn. However, the old doctor strictly prohibited the dragons from entering. As a precaution, the outsiders were also monitored, worried that they were spies sent by the dragons. He personally stood guard outside Qiao Shui's house, not allowing anyone to get close. Even at night, There were people patrolling the area. Dragon Ting would occasionally roar and circle in the air to show the Yarrow clansmen what a real dragon's might was. Everyone was even more convinced of the true dragon's existence. When they heard that Dragon Ting was going to lead the primitive Yarrow clansmen to a better life and enter a harmonious society where all Yarrow clansmen were equal, countless people responded to her call. The dragons, on the other hand, were not happy. Many Yarrow clansmen who didn't have the true dragon's bloodline would join the dragons after reaching a certain level of cultivation and work for them. However, working for the dragons would still cause them to be ostracized. Dragons of the same level had a much higher status than primitive Yarrow clansmen. Therefore, when Dragon Teng's call for equality between all Yarrow clansmen was released, many primitive Yarrow clansmen who worked for the dragons responded enthusiastically. They quit their jobs and came to the Valley of Dawn to be guards. Naturally, these people had to go through the old doctor to make sure they weren't spies from the dragons. In fact, they borrowed Mu Yu's testing methods. The primitive Yarrow clansmen who came to submit were all interrogated by Mu Yu's divine soul formation. Most of them surrendered wholeheartedly. However, 1 or 2 spies were caught, and they were beaten up and thrown out. Chapter 767. Originally, it didn't matter even if all the demons knew about the dragon vine, because they didn't think it would change anything. But who would have thought that Mu Yu would actually shout out the slogan "Demons and demons are equal"? For the 4 dragon clan patriarchs, this "damn demons and demons are equal" had stirred up social conflicts among the demons. The primitive demons had been oppressed for so many years because they didn't have a leader. Even the Luanfeng Demon King didn't interfere with the Azure Dragon Demon King. But now that Lord True Dragon had stood out and said equality for all demons, what did the primitive demons have to fear? Now that all the demon kings were gone, the Azure Dragon dynasty was in chaos. The primitive demons were ready to support the true dragon of the Valley of Dawn to resist the rule of the dragons. They wanted to shake their position as the overlord and march toward a society of equality for all demons. Even among the dragons, because the 4 dragon clans were scheming against each other, their strength was scattered. 80% of the demons were dragons and 20% were primitive demons. The 80% of the dragons were divided into 4 main factions. This meant that the number of primitive demons was about the same as the number of dragons in one faction. This was a very powerful force. Therefore, the clan leaders of the 4 dragon clans could no longer sit still. They finally realized that if they continued to set each other up all day long, they would be able to suppress the primitive demon clans if they killed one of their own. On this day, the patriarchs of the 4 great dragon clans actually gathered together. Usually, when the 4 of them gathered together, they would discuss the important matters of the Azure Dragon dynasty together. Everyone was scheming against each other, and the moment they met, they would mock and ridicule each other. However, this time, everyone's expression was very serious. The location of the gathering was the nest of the hidden forest black tiger. It was in a lush forest, and there was a luxurious house hidden in it. The house was very grand. There was a majestic black tiger tree eagle at the door. It was very lifelike. It stared at the outsiders, making them feel like they would pounce at any moment. In the courtyard, the Dragon Clan's people could be seen patrolling everywhere. There were guards at every corner. The security was so strong that even a fly could not easily fly in. Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang walked together into the hall. They coldly looked at the black tiger dragon and the winged dragon who had been waiting for a long time. "Hey Hulong, speak. Why did you call us here today?" Jade Flood Dragon asked coldly. Hey Hulong pondered for a while, then said, "Naturally, it's about the true dragon." The Jade Flood Dragon sneered, "Have you figured out how to deal with Mu Yu? A few days ago, you did everything possible to stop me from killing him." Hey Hulong wasn't angry at the sarcasm. Instead, he retorted, "Let's not beat around the bush. Did you only go there to avenge your son? Don't think I don't know that you've been eyeing that dragon vine for a long time." That day, the black tiger dragon and the winged dragon had gone to Dawn Valley to prevent the jade serpent from taking the dragon vine away. Otherwise, once the jade serpent took the dragon vine's blood, the throne of the Azure Dragon dynasty would fall into the Jade Serpent's hands. This was not something they wanted to see. So what if his targeted? We found the dragon vine first. Jade Flood Dragon sneered. The winged dragon laughed and said, "Brother Jade Flood Dragon, you're in the wrong. The dragon vine's blood is extremely precious. It's too much for you to monopolize it. If that's the case, then we'll rely on our own abilities. The dragon vine will belong to whoever can get it." Long Kershuang snorted. As the only woman of the 4 clan leaders, Long Kershuang wasn't as simple as she seemed. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't inferior to the others. In terms of means, she was even better. The winged dragon picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, then said, "It's not that simple to rely on one's own abilities. I'm sure you've all been defeated in Dawn Valley, right?" Hei Hulong also laughed. "There are many body integration stage demons in Dawn Valley, not to mention Mu Yu and the old doctor. The old doctor is easy to deal with. I've heard that Mu Yu was able to stall the crossing calamity stage cultivator from the gate of hell with his spirit-severing stage cultivation base, allowing Yu Jiang's patriarch to escape in time. His abilities shouldn't be underestimated. Brother Jade Flood Dragon, didn't you suffer a great loss at his hands not long ago?" Hei Hulong's words provoked Jade Flood Dragon's anger. Jade Flood Dragon touched his chest and recalled the self-harm he did to get rid of the Desolate Ruins poison. He slammed the table and stood up. "Hei Hulong, I haven't settled the score with you for poisoning me. How dare you provoke me again today? Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? I don't know if I'm easy to deal with, but I've never been poisoned by the Desolate Ruins poison with my cultivation base." Hei Hulong said calmly. "Then I'll have to learn from you." The table and chairs beside Jade Flood Dragon had already been shattered into nothingness. His body was also glowing with a pale white light. Hei Hulong's body was also flickering with a dark light. It seemed like he was ready to attack at any moment. "Both of you, please calm down. We're here for the same purpose today. Let's not talk about the past for now." Winged Dragon came out to smooth things over. Zidian's aura stood between the two of them, preventing them from fighting. Everyone knew about the grudge between Jade Flood Dragon and Hei Hulong. Winged Dragon naturally didn't want their conflict to ruin their alliance. Long Kershuang said, "What do you think of the Winged Dragon? The 4 of us can't attack Dawn Valley ourselves. Who do you think has the ability to kill Mu Yu without anyone noticing?" As Tribulation Transcendence experts, the 4 clan leaders had the ability to break into the Valley of Dawn. However, if they did it themselves, it would be too obvious. Everyone in the Yarrow clan would know that they were the ones who took the dragon vine. The Azure Dragon Monster King would never let them go. As the clan leaders of the 4 dragon clans, although they held high positions, they still didn't dare to challenge Green Dragon Monster King's authority. If they wanted the dragon vines, they had to do it cleanly. They had to do it secretly. However, they didn't know Mu Yu's methods. If they were exposed, it would be embarrassing. "Since we can't do it secretly, we'll do it openly," Purple Lightning Winged Dragon said. "What do you mean?" Jade Flood Dragon found another chair and sat down. Purple Lightning Winged Dragon said slowly, "In 6 days, it'll be the annual Rising Dragon Assembly of our Azure Dragon dynasty. Why don't we make an exception and let Mu Yu participate in such a grand event? Firstly, we can figure out Mu Yu's true strength. Secondly, we can think of a way to deal with him. It'll be best if our clansmen can kill him. Then, no one will be able to protect the dragon vines. If Green Dragon Monster King wants to know, we can just say that we have no eyes. It has nothing to do with us. Mu Yu can even stop a tribulation passing expert from the gate of hell. We can't participate in the Rising Dragon Assembly. Who do you expect to deal with Mu Yu?" Jade Flood Dragon asked disdainfully. "Is your clan so poor that you can't even send a single person?" Black Tiger Dragon said sarcastically. "I wonder who lost so badly in last year's Rising Dragon Assembly." Jade Flood Dragon retorted, not to be outdone. "Every year, Green Dragon Monster King doesn't allow the participants to rely on external forces. However, since Green Dragon Monster King isn't here this year, the rules can be changed. We just need to use a little trick. What do you think?" Purple lightning-winged dragon's mouth curved into a faint smile. You mean? Jade Flood Dragon frowned. Back then, Wenmaro told me that Mu could stop a tribulation-passing expert from the gate of hell because he relied on the demon-subduing pagoda. However, the demon-subduing pagoda was left on the demon island. In this way, Mu can't exert the strength of a tribulation-passing expert. On the other hand, we have a way to increase the strength of our clansmen. Are there any lack of elites in big clans? Purple lightning-winged dragon's eyes flashed with purple light. What if Mu doesn't participate? Jade Flood Dragon asked. Then we'll invite Long Teng to participate. As a true dragon, if Long Teng doesn't participate, those primitive shifters will be disappointed. Don't you think so? Purple lightning-winged dragon laughed. Life in the Valley of Dawn was getting more and more lively, but Long Teng was tired of it. He didn't want to go out and be treated as an exhibit. Every time he went out to show his face, he would come back with a gloomy face. It can't be helped. You're now a member of the Equal Shifters Uprising. You have to establish your own image. Mu comforted him. That's right. Look at how useless you are. The way you appear is like an idiot. You can't even speak properly. Have you forgotten the set of movements I taught you last night? Little Handsome said, exasperated. Little Handsome was someone who enjoyed watching the world burn. He had taught Long Ting the correct way to appear as a leader last night. He had to walk with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Unfortunately, Long Ting was used to being lazy. His movements were as stiff as a hemp rope. In the end, he even moved his hands and feet in order to keep up with the movements. Little Handsome had a good time laughing at him. I'm done playing. If any of you want to play, go ahead. I don't care about being an emperor. Long Teng lay on the ground. He bounced a few times and curled up into a ball. I'm not asking you to be an emperor. You have to ask the Azure Dragon Monster King how to cultivate. Your current cultivation doesn't fit the temperament of a true dragon, so we have to buy some time until the Azure Dragon Monster King comes back. Besides, everyone outside is your supporter. You can't let them down, Mu said. Xiao Shui laughed. It's all because of Mu's equal shifters. Everyone is fighting for the same goal now. Mu had only said it casually. He didn't expect that equal shifters would intensify the social conflicts between the shifters. You're the one who said the slogan. You can go and be the shifters' emperor. Long Ting rolled over. Don't I have enough identities now? I'm the branch master of the Pill Cauldron sect, the sect master of the Formation Glyph sect, and Spirit Lord Yumeng. I might even have to be the savior of the world in the future. I'm tired to death. I don't care about being the shifters' emperor. I have a lot of things to do. Mu spread his hands. Chapter 768. Lord True Dragon, Little Friend Mu, may I come in? The old doctor asked from the doorway. Come in. We're all on the same side. What's with the hesitation? Dragon Ting shouted in dissatisfaction. Yes. The old doctor hurriedly responded respectfully. Then, he hurriedly walked in and said with a serious expression, Little friend Mu, the 4 dragon clans have sent an invitation letter. It's about the Rising Dragon Assembly in a few days. They have specially invited you and Master True Dragon to attend. Rising Dragon Assembly? What's that? The Dragon Clan gathering to give birth to little dragon people? Then why did they invite Mu? To be a midwife? Little Handsome asked curiously. Mu knocked Little Handsome's head and said, Don't make trouble. Old doctor, please sit. The old doctor was a little embarrassed by Little Handsome's words and sat down. The Rising Dragon Assembly is an annual event for the Demon Clan. Its purpose is to test the strength of the younger generation of the Demon Clan. Any Demon Clan member under the age of 50 can participate. Many Demon Clan members have soared in the Rising Dragon Assembly and are well known by everyone. 50 years old is still considered young. Isn't that an old man or woman? Little Handsome asked curiously. The old doctor nodded. For the Demon Clan members, that's the case. Because of the Demon Clan members' physique, their average lifespan was 10 years longer than humans. Even so, Their overall strength was still inferior to humans. Then what are the requirements to participate in the Rising Dragon Assembly? Mu Yu asked. People of different cultivation levels will be divided into different groups to participate in the competition. The competition rules are very simple. You just have to defeat your opponent in a one-on-one battle. You can't use pills or magic treasures to increase your cultivation level. Everything depends on your own cultivation level. The old doctor said. Every year, the ancestor will watch the Rising Dragon Assembly. Those who perform outstandingly will receive the Ancestor Azure Dragon's recognition and even have the chance to receive personal guidance from him. The competition is divided into 3 stages: out of body, severed soul, and body integration. The top 3 in each stage will be chosen and have different rewards. What rewards? Every year, the 3 first-place winners are the dragon scales refined by the Azure Dragon Ancestor. It has a very powerful battle strength and can instantly increase one's cultivation and strengthen one's body. This is something that makes people jealous. As for the remaining 3 second and 3 third places, I'm not sure what the prizes will be, but they will all be very rare treasures. The old doctor said enviously. Dragon scales? I have dragon scales too. I can give you as many as you want. Dragon Vine swung its tail, and the scales on its body began to shine with a green light. Xiao Shui curled his lips. Come on, how can those rotten leaves of yours compare to the Demon King? Think about how long Xingyun used his dragon scales to cause trouble for us. The Jade Serpent gave him the dragon scales, Xiao Shui said. No wonder he took out the Azure Dragon King's dragon scale in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. That really is something. Mu Yu had fought Long Xingyun before, so the dragon scale was still fresh in his memory. The old doctor shook his head. The Rising Dragon League is a good opportunity for many demons to show off their skills in front of the Azure Dragon Ancestor. It is very difficult for us primitive demon clansmen to shine in the Rising Dragon Assembly. The ones who get first place are all from the Dragon Clan. Xiao Shui, you didn't get first place either? Mu Yu asked. Xiao Shui shook her head. My cultivation increased at the wrong time. Last year, I was only at the 6th level of out of body. But I can try this year. Little friend Mu Yu, they've invited you to participate in the Rising Dragon Assembly this year. Clearly, they intend to deal with you during the Rising Dragon Assembly. You have to be careful, said the old doctor. Deal with me? Mu Yu rubbed his chin. If something happened to him, Dragon Vine would be in danger. Where did they get the confidence to deal with Mu Yu? Dragon Vine laughed. Others didn't know Mu Yu's strength, but he and Little Shui knew it very well. Don't let your guard down. The Azure Dragon Ancestor isn't here this year, so the rules are set by them. The 4 dragon races basically get dragon scales every year. They didn't dare to use them in the past, but they will definitely use them this time, the old doctor said solemnly. Mu Yu, do you want to participate? Xiao Shui asked. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Mu Yu wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. I'm not the only one going. Dragon Vine, you have to go too, Mu Yu said after a moment of silence. Me? What am I going to participate in? I don't need dragon scales. I have plenty of them, Dragon Vine muttered. I know you don't need dragon scales, but you are now the representative of Yaroiro's equality. You have to take the lead and defeat your opponents to inspire the people, Mu Yu said seriously. Big Earthworm, are you afraid of losing to those mixed blood dragons? Little Shui mocked. Dragon Vine stuck out his chest and showed the dragon patterns on his body. Why would I be afraid of them? I will open my mouth and use a true dragon breath to kill them. Since you are all going to participate, can I participate too? Little Shui raised his little claws and asked cheerfully. The old doctor looked embarrassed. It is reasonable to say that anyone can participate freely, but the participants are usually from the demon race. Demon beasts can't participate, that's easy. I can also transform into a human, Little Shui said happily. Hey, little mouse, didn't you say that you wouldn't be as handsome as yourself if you transformed into a human? Dragon Vine said in surprise. Mu Yu was also very curious. On the way to the Demon Island, Little Shuai and Dragon Vine had said that they could transform into a human. Mu Yu had always wanted to see what they looked like when they transformed into a human. However, one despised the human form for being too ugly, while the other despised the human form for not being awe-inspiring enough. Therefore, these two narcissistic fellows were unwilling to transform into a human. Come, come, come. Hurry up and transform into a human for me to see, Mu Yu said with a face full of anticipation. Little Shuai tilted his head and said, I haven't thought about what kind of person to transform into. Huh? You can freely control your human form? Xiao Shui said in surprise. The old doctor was also very puzzled. After we awaken our intelligence, our human form is fixed. There is no way for us to choose. Then I am not from the demon race, Little Shuai said indifferently. Cut the crap. Change into a cuter form. If you are too ugly, don't think about sleeping in my arms in the future, Mu Yu urged. Little Shuai wagged his tail and pondered for a moment. Then, his body began to emit a white light. In the white light, Little Shuai's body continued to grow. Then, he shouted in a childish voice, Handsome brother splitter heaven and earth. There was a flash of light, and a figure was already standing on the table. He had big blue eyes, long eyelashes, a small and cute nose, and a delicate little mouth. His white hair fluttered restlessly, and his skin was bright and rosy. He looked like a 1-meter-tall porcelain doll. His body was wrapped in a white shirt, revealing his cute little belly button. He wore a pair of black shorts, and his little feet were bare. He looked like a cute little child who didn't know anything about the world. Whoa, Little Shuai, I didn't expect you to be so cute even after transforming into a human. Mu Yu looked at Little Shuai and couldn't help but reach out to pinch Little Shuai's little cheeks. He looked so cute that anyone who saw him couldn't help but praise him a little. Yes, yes, yes. Little Shuai corrected. Little mouse, why did you transform into a little kid? Long Ting curled her lips. Children are more handsome. Little Shuai happily jumped around on the table. Come, Little Shuai, come to me. Xiao Shui also happily waved at Little Shuai. Little Shuai happily jumped into Xiao Shui's arms and buried his face in the soft place. Luckily you didn't transform into a big face and a rough waist. Otherwise, I would consider beating you to death. Mu Yu looked at Little Shuai's shameless actions and said seriously. What about you, Long Teng? You only have one form, right? Mu Yu asked. So what? Why do I have to transform into a human? Geez. Long Teng muttered. However, under Little Shuai's mocking laughter, she reluctantly flashed out a ray of light. Her body gradually transformed, and in the end, she transformed into a lazy young man. She had sharp eyebrows, a handsome face, and a pair of dragon eyes that shone with a strange light. Her nose was tall and straight, and the corners of her mouth were curled to one side. She had an arrogant expression, and her hands were crossed in front of her chest. She looked like a pampered and rebellious young man. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Long Ting lazily looked at the stunned old doctor. No, I'm just too surprised. Generally, a demon that has just transformed will have the characteristics of a demon beast. Only in the future will they slowly dissipate. However, Lord True Dragon can transform into such a perfect human form. This really makes this old man amazed. The old doctor quickly said. Hey, my transformation is also very perfect. Little Shuai said. Alright, you are not a demon. Mu Yu rudely rubbed Little Shuai's hair. Xiao Shuai was a sword spirit, a creature born from the 9 heavenly swords. It did not belong to the 5 elements and would not be bound by the rules of the world. This was what Huan Ying Qing Yu's spirit had said when they were in the 2nd layer of heaven. Therefore, Xiao Shuai was not related to the demon race. Long Ting lazily sat on the chair beside Mu Yu. Then I have to participate in the spirit severing stage competition, right? That's right. You usually rely on my wind-wind heart-linking formation. I can't help you during the competition. Have you mastered my sword technique? Mu Yu helplessly asked. Long Ting nodded. I have already learned Dragon Vine Howling the Sky. I can use it without you, but it might not be as powerful as you. What about Little Shuai? Little Shuai, what is your cultivation level? Mu Yu suddenly realized that he had been with Little Shuai for so long, but he had never asked about Little Shuai's cultivation level. When Little Shuai fought, he would summon a giant sword that was a few hundred meters long. He didn't know Little Shuai's individual strength. Little Shuai sat on Xiao Shui's lap and laughed. Me? I don't have cultivation. You don't have cultivation? This time, everyone was shocked. Mu Yu seriously sized up Little Shuai and found that he really didn't sense any spirit force fluctuations from Little Shuai. Chapter 769. But don't you like to slash people with a lightning sword that's dozens of times bigger than you? Your strength is about the same as mine, Mu Yu asked in confusion. When he used the wind-wind heart-linking formation to communicate with Little Commander, he didn't realize that Little Commander had no cultivation. I don't have cultivation, but I can borrow your cultivation. Your sword is my sword. Anyway, I feel that your sword is quite useful, Little Commander said innocently. Thinking about it carefully, every time Little Commander attacked, he would use the wind-wind heart-linking formation to draw on Mu Yu's sword intent. Back in Clearwater City, he had also controlled the sky swords of Mu Yu's 4 fellow disciples. Then as a sword spirit, do you only know how to use the Dark Heaven Lightning Fall? Mu Yu had never asked Little Commander what he knew. Usually, he would be the one to take care of his enemies. Little Commander would only provide him with some information. There was no need for Little Commander to risk his life for him. Little Commander scratched his head. I know other sword techniques, but my favorite is still the Dark Heaven Lightning Fall. Because lightning is cooler. Then when I don't use the wind-wind heart-linking formation, what do you use to fight others? Mu Yu was completely helpless against Little Commander. I have this. Little Commander stretched out his meaty little fist and shook it. Then, 3 sharp blades as thin as cicada's wings popped out from between his fists. These blades were only 3 inches long. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to be seen clearly. However, Mu Yu knew that Little Commander's blades were truly indestructible and incomparably sharp. Until now, there had never been anything that Little Commander's blades couldn't cut through. He just didn't know if Little Commander could cut through his thick skin. All right then, but you're a sword spirit. Can't you use a sword? Then when the time comes, lend me your shadow clone sword, Little Commander said. Mu Yu thought for a moment and confirmed the rules of the competition. Their competitions wouldn't be held at the same time, so they could do that. You go and participate in the out-of-body stage competition. This time, we'll get all 3 dragon scales. Mu Yu smiled confidently. If the Dragon Race people thought that they could make a move against him with the help of the Rising Dragon League, then they better be prepared to regret it. The 2 little fellows still disliked their human forms, so they only maintained their human forms for a short while before reverting back to their beast forms. Xiao Shui originally wanted to participate in the competition, but since Long Ting wanted to participate, she didn't want to cause trouble for Long Ting. Mu Yu began to teach Long Ting the essence of falling dragon howling to the sky. He also taught the sword force seriously and sparred with Long Ting. Dragon Vine was only at the severed soul stage. She didn't have any other cultivation methods, so she couldn't compare to the dragons. Therefore, Mu Yu had to make sure that Dragon Vine could win. Mu Yu pondered for a long while. In the end, he sealed his profound formation skills in a few innate formation bases and handed them to Long Teng and Xiao Shui. Didn't you say that we can't rely on external forces? Dragon Vine asked. Use it as a trump card. If others don't abide by the rules, then there's no need for us to abide by the rules. Mu Yu was not a person who followed the rules. The rules were dead, but people were alive. The most important thing was who had the last laugh. If he really wanted to play tricks, then his formation skills were not so good to provoke. I know my own formation skills. If I don't like someone, then I'll give them a thunder snake shadow. Xiao Shui gestured, and a blue lightning formation pattern flowed from his fingertips. He had learned a lot of formation skills. Sometimes, his formation skills were not inferior to Mu Yu. After Mu Yu grasped the power of nature, he also learned it. Then we'll wait and give those monster race people a surprise. The Rising Dragon League was a grand event for the monster race. This was the battlefield for the monster race youths, and also a great opportunity for them to stand out in the monster race. Here, they could see the true strength of the younger generation of the monster race. It was also the time for those without or with a weak true dragon bloodline to rise. Therefore, every monster race member took this event very seriously and looked forward to it. The grand event was held at a spacious Rising Dragon stage outside the Azure Dragon Royal City. This was a place specially built by the demonic beasts to hold the Rising Dragon Assembly. The Rising Dragon Arena was divided into different areas for people of different cultivation levels to spar with. The out-of-body stage, severed soul stage, and body integration stage were divided into different areas. The old doctor had already handed in the names of those who signed up. No one paid any attention to Xiao Shuai. Everyone's focus was on Dragon Vine. After all, she was the second true dragon to appear in the world. She was the focus of everyone's attention. As for Mu Yu, no one paid much attention to him. The only ones who really cared about him were the 4 dragon race members. The monster race didn't know what a foreign human like Mu Yu meant. There were also monster race members from the Dawn Valley participating in the Rising Dragon League. However, those severed soul stage youths consciously didn't sign up. Everyone was here to see how the true dragon would defeat the dragon race and establish his prestige. Naturally, they wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble for the true dragon. When Mu Yu followed the old doctor and the others to the Rising Dragon Arena, there was already a sea of people. There were enthusiastic monster race members everywhere. Of course, where there were people, there was business. Therefore, there was a lot of food being sold. After Xiao Shuai transformed into his human form, he held a skewer of roasted pork loin in one hand and ate until his mouth was covered in oil. Long Ting followed lazily at the side. News of his current appearance in human form had already spread, and thus attracted a lot of attention. Many demonic beasts looked at him with reverence, anticipating his performance in this year's Rising Dragon Assembly. The old doctor had already arranged everything. They sat in their own resting area. Xiao Shuai, this little brat, would run out every time he finished eating. When he came back, he would bring back a big bunch of food. Mu Yu had a headache telling him that he had to pay for his food. It was not easy being a businessman. But they said I was cute and gave me food for free. Xiao Shuai blinked his big blue eyes and said innocently. Mu Yu was speechless. He felt a little envious. Soon, the members of the 4 great dragon clans also arrived. In the past, the first place of the 3 stages of the Rising Dragon League had always been taken by them. However, because a true dragon had appeared this year, the primitive monster race members had placed their hopes on the true dragon. This year, the Azure Dragon Monster King was not present. Therefore, the opening ceremony of the Rising Dragon League was jointly hosted by the 4 clan leaders. They took out 3 shining golden dragon scales that the Azure Dragon Monster King had left behind before he left. At this moment, the 3 dragon scales were floating above the judges' seats, protected by a powerful formation. Dragon scales symbolized supreme majesty and also possessed great power. This was something that all Yarrow clan members yearned for even in their dreams. The purple lightning-winged dragon was the main host. He flew up from the judges' seats and stood on the high platform overlooking all the monster race members. Everyone, Ancestor Azure Dragon has some matters to attend to and is not present. However, we will uphold a fair and just attitude and excavate the potential of every young monster race member. We will display the demeanor of our monster race's younger generation. Everyone already knows the rules of the Rising Dragon League, so I won't repeat them here. I hope that everyone will be able to fight with all their might and display their most elegant side to everyone. I now announce that the Rising Dragon League will now begin. The crowd immediately erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Some monster race members even used their homemade instruments to play wild and pleasant music. Beautiful fireworks and firecrackers were set off around the plaza. There were even some beautiful female monster race members dancing on the Rising Dragon stage. This was the grand opening ceremony. This kind of joyous atmosphere was very rare. The monster race treated the Rising Dragon League as a grand occasion. The monster race members who couldn't participate in the competition all sang and danced, cheering for the participants. It was as if this was not a competition, but more like an annual gathering. You monster race members are really passionate. Muyu couldn't help but sigh. He saw some kind of fireworks in the distance turn into a majestic azure dragon. It circled in the air for a long time, looking very lifelike. It even let out a realistic dragon's roar, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. Just like how you humans celebrate New Year, the Rising Dragon League is very meaningful to us. This year is already the 5139th Rising Dragon League. It's mainly to commemorate the day we took root in this desolate land, the old doctor said with a smile. Every year, the Azure Dragon Monster King has to sacrifice 3 dragon scales. Doesn't that mean all the scales on his body have been plucked out? Xiao Shuai muttered with a steamed bun in his mouth. Little mouse, are you stupid? Dragon scales will fall off and grow back, okay? Long Ting said. The opening ceremony lasted for a full 2 hours. After everyone had displayed their talents, the main event finally began. The order of the competition had already been decided. This was all done by the old doctor. He was responsible for guiding the time and order of all the participants in the Valley of Dawn. In previous years, the Rising Dragon League would last for 4 to 5 days, depending on the number of participants. Today, Xiao Shuai's competition started first, followed by Mu Yu's, and finally Long Teng's. Long Teng, don't disappoint everyone. It's not good to be defeated by those pseudo-dragons. Mu Yu encouraged Long Ting. He was actually most worried about Long Ting. Xiao Shuai's skin was thick, so he wouldn't be in trouble even if he couldn't win. He also didn't need to worry about those monster race members. On the other hand, Long Ting was too reliant on him. This competition could be considered a learning experience for Long Ting. That's right. If you lose, it'll be a real joke. Xiao Shuai was not flustered at all. It was unknown where his confidence came from. He didn't have any cultivation, but he still dared to compete with an out-of-body stage monster race member. I won't lose. You, on the other hand, won't be defeated in 1 round. Long Ting said arrogantly. Among the younger generation of monster race members participating in the Rising Dragon League, there were the most out-of-body stage cultivators, about 400 of them. There were only about 50 severed soul stage cultivators, and even fewer body integration stage cultivators, about 20. Although monster race members had long lifespans, their cultivation progress was much slower than that of humans. Those who could break through to the body integration stage before the age of 50 were considered very talented. Even those who could break through to the severed soul stage before the age of 40 were considered geniuses. The young monster race members that the White Ape Demon King had brought out to fight against humans were all elites of the monster race. The Rising Dragon League was a gathering of monster race geniuses. This was also why the dragon race placed so much importance on the Rising Dragon League. In the Valley of Dawn, no one had reached the body integration stage before the age of 50. There were only 3 severed soul stage cultivators, and they had all chosen to forfeit for Long Teng. What they really cared about was the dragon race. To a certain extent, having the bloodline of a true dragon would indeed make them more talented. Little Handsome, you're in Area 2. Let's go, I'll take you there. The old doctor was deeply skeptical of Little Handsome's strength. He had thought that this brat, who still smelled of his mother's milk and didn't seem to have any cultivation, was joking when he said that he wanted to participate. Who would have thought that Mu Yu would actually let Little Handsome go? Let's go too. Mu Yu's match hadn't started yet, but he had already tossed the shadow clone sword to Little Handsome. Little Handsome was currently holding the sword under his armpit and holding some food in his hand. Originally, the shadow clone sword was slightly taller than Little Handsome, but when it came into contact with Little Handsome, it actually shrunk until it fit perfectly with his body. Long Ting disappeared into Mu Yu's clothes. He didn't like being showcased everywhere he went, so he didn't revert to his original form. Next match, Little Handsome against Long Outyen, the referee announced loudly. Little Handsome ran up with the shadow clone sword under his armpit and a large chicken drumstick in his hand. Little kid, there's a competition going on here. Hurry up and go back. Don't cause trouble. The host of this competition was a balding uncle. His true form was a spirit weasel. When he saw Little Handsome, who was only 1 meter tall and looked like he was 4 or 5 years old, running up, he thought that he was a mischievous child. Little Handsome finished the rest of the chicken drumstick and threw away the bones. He shook his hands, and all the oil stains were wiped clean. He revealed a harmless smile and said, "I'm called Little Handsome." Uncle Weasel was stunned for a long time before he reacted. "You're called Little Handsome?" "Yes." "Nonsense. You have no cultivation at all, and you're so young. Who allowed you to participate?" Uncle Weasel scolded. "The competition only has an upper age limit, but there's no lower age limit." Little Handsome gestured with the shadow clone sword. Uncle Weasel frowned. The Rising Dragon League did have an upper age limit, but whether or not everyone chose to participate, and which cultivation level they participated in, everyone knew in their hearts. No one would recklessly participate in a competition that they were not qualified for, so in previous years, there was no need to confirm everyone's age. In the end, Little Handsome managed to sneak in. There were some restrictions on the Rising Dragon Arena, and only those under the age of 50 could enter. Little Handsome was already standing on the stage, so strictly speaking, he did not break the rules. What's going on? Why is my opponent a little kid? Is this a joke? A young man in his late 20s slowly walked up and glanced at Little Handsome arrogantly, thinking that something had gone wrong. Yeah. Why is this little kid here? Whose kid is this? Why aren't you rushing home? He's so young. He hasn't even started cultivating. Why is he allowed to sneak in? What if he gets hurt? Ayo, this kid is so cute. Hurry up and come down, let Auntie take a good look at him. The spectating Yarrow clansmen below the stage were already talking. They all thought of Little Handsome as a mischievous child, and did not see him as a participant at all. Why hasn't it started yet? Uncle, are we not going to continue this competition? Little Handsome asked curiously. Uncle Weasel hesitated for a moment, then said, "Little kid, hurry up and get off the stage. We'll take this as your loss. Don't do this kind of thing in the future, or I'll spank you." "What's wrong with you? You're the judge, and you're announcing my loss before the competition even started. Is there any shady deal in your competition?" Little Handsome yelled in his childish voice. Uncle Weasel could not hold back his anger. "What shady deal? I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want you to get hurt." Chapter 770. Hey, kid, you're so disobedient. Who's your guardian? The judge, Uncle Itachi, shouted at the crowd. The old physician walked out awkwardly from the crowd and said, let him participate. He's from the Valley of Dawn. He's a genius child." The old physician blushed as he said that. He did not know what Xiao Shuai's abilities were. He only knew that Xiao Shuai usually looked like a little squirrel, nestled beside Muyu and liked to eat. It was rare for Xiao Shuai to transform into a human and say that he wanted to participate in the competition. Muyu agreed, so the old physician allowed him to go up. "Old physician, are you serious? This kid doesn't even have a cultivation base. It'll be bad if he gets hurt." The judge saw that it was the old physician. With the old physician's status among the shifters, the judge politely confirmed it. "Is there no one else in the Valley of Dawn? You actually sent a kid to participate in the competition? Has the primitive shifters declined to this extent?" The out-of-body dragon Aotian looked coldly at the old physician. As a member of the dragon clan, he had always looked down on the primitive shifters. "Hey, Long Aotian, or something. If you want to fight, just fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Are you going to start or not?" Xiao Shuai shouted unhappily. "I won't go easy on a lowly shifters." Long Aotian was from the demonic dragon Python clan. He was only 25 years old, but he was already at the 9th firmament of out-of-body stage. He was one of the favorites to win the out-of-body stage competition. "What's so arrogant about a mixed-blood dragon?" Xiao Shuai scolded. As soon as the words mixed-blood dragon were uttered, the shifters below the stage were in an uproar. Although they knew that the dragon clan was a hybrid and none of their bloodlines were pure, who among the shifters would dare to say it so openly? The dragon clan had always been unwilling to admit this fact. They insisted that they were closer to the true dragon. Now, a kid was brazenly calling them a mixed-blood dragon. It was a huge taboo for the dragon clan. Long Outyen was furious. How dare a lowly shifters look down on the dragon clan? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parent. I must break your legs. Long Outyen roared angrily. Without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, his entire body had already surged with a powerful spiritual energy. His arms had even transformed into the shape of a dragon, and he mercilessly grabbed at Xiao Shuai. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Long Outyen attacking a 4 or 5-year-old child. However, it was too late for them to stop him. Long Outyen appeared in front of Xiao Shuai in the blink of an eye. He was going to kill Xiao Shuai. However, Little Handsome shook his arms in disdain and stretched his muscles. Then, his body flashed and a white light appeared all over his body. He disappeared from the spot. Who are you trying to teach a lesson to? Xiao Shuai chuckled. Suddenly, he appeared above Long Outyen and kicked the back of Long Outyen's head. Bang! Before Long Outyen could react, he felt his head sink. A huge force was transmitted from Xiao Shuai's tiny feet to his body. The blood in his body was boiling, and he was sent flying like a broken sandbag. Ah! How is this possible? All the shifters gaped in shock. They could not close their mouths for a long time. This innocent-looking little boy had sent Long Outyen, a 9th celestial stage out of body, flying with a kick. But things were not that simple. Just when everyone thought that Long Outyen would be kicked out of the arena by Xiao Shuai appeared in front of Long Outyen and kicked him back into the Rising Dragon arena. If you want to teach someone a lesson, you need to have the ability to do so, Xiao Shuai said in a childish voice. Then, everyone saw a very strange scene. Long Outyen, a young man who was almost twice as tall as Xiao Shuai, was kicked around the Rising Dragon arena by Xiao Shuai like a broken sandbag, from one side to the other. Xiao Shuai's speed was even faster than Long Outyen's. Before Long Outyen could reach the edge, Xiao Shuai was already waiting for him on the other side of the Rising Dragon arena. After about a quarter of an hour, even the judge was stunned on the spot, unsure if he should call for a stop. The rules of the Rising Dragon League were that one side would lose if they admitted defeat or fell off the Rising Dragon arena. But Long Outyen was being kicked here and there. He did not admit defeat, nor did he fall off the Rising Dragon arena. All he did was scream. The old doctor was also stunned. He had thought that Xiao Shuai was only going up because he wanted to play. Who would have thought that Xiao Shuai would be so agile? His speed was even faster than Long Outyen's. Not bad, little mouse. It's very satisfying to watch, Long Teng praised. Mu Yu was also smiling at the side. He was observing Xiao Shuai's speed and movements. He realized that Xiao Shuai's agility was not weaker than a spirit-severing cultivator. This guy who had no cultivation at all had incredible speed and strength. And this was because Xiao Shuai had held back. Otherwise, Long Outyen would have been crippled with just one kick. Asterisk bang, asterisk another loud bang rang out. Long Outyen let out a final cry of agony as he fell off the Rising Dragon arena, smashing a deep crater into the ground. It was as if he had smashed into the hearts of all the spectating Yarrow clan members. They were truly shocked by this cute and naive child. Was this really something that a child who looked like he was only 3 or 4 years old could do? Xiao Shuai patted the dust off his hands and picked up the shadow clone sword that he had tossed aside. Only then did everyone notice that this child did not even use his magical equipment during the fight. Heavens! Who gave birth to this little monster? He beat the out-of-body Long Outyen into a pile of mush with his bare hands. Well done. Who told him to call us primitive demons lowly? That's right. Old doctor, your Dawn Valley is really amazing. You actually have such a genius child. Yeah. Old doctor, can I move to the Dawn Valley? Most of the primitive demons who lived elsewhere were full of admiration for Xiao Shuai. It was a miracle that the Dawn Valley could produce such a genius child. Old doctor, Is this really a child from the Dawn Valley? Some of the demons were still in disbelief. The old doctor coughed twice and puffed out his chest. He said seriously, "That's right. He's a genius child from the Dawn Valley. We have many more of such geniuses in the Dawn Valley. Too many to count." This time, the old doctor did not blush. Instead, he was very proud. He continued, "With Lord True Dragon, the Dawn Valley will have many more geniuses like him in the future. Heavens! This is all thanks to Lord True Dragon. Yeah. The spectating demons were all in awe. The primitive demons who did not belong to the Dawn Valley were especially envious. They could not wait to join the Dawn Valley. As for the dragons, their expressions were extremely ugly. Many of them surrounded Long Outyen and carefully checked his condition. They realized that Long Outyen had already suffered a concussion from Xiao Shuai's kick. "Evil brat, how dare you hit him so hard?" A dragon with fangs in his mouth stood up angrily and reprimanded Xiao Shuai on the stage. Everyone looked at this member of the dragon clan with strange gazes. This fellow actually dared to shamelessly say such things? "Hey, you dragons are too arrogant, aren't you? Just now, Long Outyen wanted to kill this kid. He was so arrogant that he wanted to break this kid's legs. You, a man in your 20s, dared to say such harsh words. In the end, you were beaten to a pulp by a 4 or 5-year-old child. It's fine that you're not as skilled as him, but you even jumped out to criticize him. Are you people of the dragon clan so shameless?" The dragon with fangs said angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you insult us dragons? You lowly race." The onlookers below the stage were unhappy. The dragon race was arrogant and despotic, looking down on the primitive demon race. If it was a normal time, perhaps everyone would swallow their anger. After all, the Azure Dragon dynasty was originally dominated by the dragon race. However, it was different now. You people of the dragon clan have really forgotten your roots. Lowly, have you forgotten that half of your ancestors were primitive demons? That's right. A true dragon has appeared in the Valley of Dawn. He has a pure bloodline and advocates equality between demons. What right do you, people with impure bloodlines, have to look down on us? That's right. You dragons are so shameless. Your ancestors were the same as us. The primitive Fey clansmen began to curse in dissatisfaction, and the entire arena was thrown into chaos. There were even primitive Fey clansmen and dragon clansmen who were wrestling with one another. The Rising Dragon League's competition was no longer limited to the stage, but had spread to the audience as well. Even the referee's announcement of Little Commander's victory was drowned out by the vehement curses. This is so fun. Now everyone can participate in the Rising Dragon League. This is the real annual meeting, the biggest entertainment for all. Xiao Shuai jumped to Mu Yu's side and stuffed the shadow clone sword into Mu Yu's hands. Mu Yu didn't care about the demons fighting. He had no interest in mediating. He pinched Xiao Shuai's cheeks and asked, "Xiao Shuai, I don't think you're at the out-of-body stage, right?" "That's right. Don't I usually beat up big earthworms until they're looking for their teeth on the ground? What's so strange about that?" Xiao Shuai pulled out a drumstick from somewhere. "Little rat, when have I ever lost to you in a fight?" Long Tung shouted. Xiao Shuai's strength and speed were comparable to a severed soul cultivator. He was more than capable of fighting an out-of-body stage. More importantly, no one would say that he broke the rules because he really didn't have a cultivation base. He won purely by speed. "What's going on here? All of you, stop." A loud voice rang in everyone's ears. The Jade Flood Dragon's figure appeared in the crowd. His surging aura intimidated everyone, causing everyone to stop. "My lord, you must uphold justice for us. These lowly people dared to sneak attack us." The Fang Dragon who had been the loudest just now cried out with a swollen face. One of his fangs had been broken. "Are you lowly primitives trying to rebel?" The Jade Flood Dragon coldly scanned the demons, his voice filled with killing intent. Chapter 771. I just heard someone say that dragons are shameless. Was that you? Jade Jiao Dragon waved its hand and grabbed a man with a frightened look on his face. You're just a lowly steel Kirene panther. Do you have a problem with that? Jade Serpent asked coldly. I. The big man was so scared that his face turned pale. He kept struggling in the air. I don't think he said anything wrong when he said that you dragons are shameless. Moo Yu suddenly flicked a reed from her hand and flew straight towards the Jade Flood Dragon. Jade Serpent snorted and was about to destroy the reed. However, when he saw that it was Moo Yu who attacked and recalled the desolate ruins poison in the reed, his expression changed. He didn't dare to take the attack directly and retreated. The big man in his hand was saved by Moo Yu. Moo Yu, do you want to die? Jade Serpent glared at Moo Yu. The reed flew a circle in the air and returned to Moo Yu's hand. What? Do you have a problem with that? Dragon Vine jumped out of Moo Yu's body and enlarged in the air. She stared at Jade Serpent majestically. Jade Serpent's expression changed. Ah, Master True Dragon. It's Master True Dragon. It really is Master True Dragon. All the primitive demons looked at Dragon Vine in the air in awe. Dragon Vine was the advocate of the idea of equality between demons and demons. She had the support of all primitive demons. Dragon Vine snorted at Jade Serpent. Then, with a flash of green light, she turned into a lazy but arrogant young man and confronted Jade Serpent in the crowd. You must be joking, Master True Dragon. Jade Serpent forced a smile and bowed slightly. It's one thing for you mixed-blood dragons to be arrogant, but you're going back on your words after losing a competition. Are dragons all sore losers? Dragon Vine stared at Jade Serpent. The Jade Serpent put on a fake smile and said, You're mistaken, Lord True Dragon. A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. I only came here to check the situation because of the chaos. So what did you see? Tell me about it. Moo Yu asked leisurely as he twirled the reed in his hand. The Jade Flood Dragon looked at the reed in Moo Yu's hand in fear. Holding back its anger, it said, Moo Yu, this is a conversation between me and Master True Dragon. You have no right to interrupt. But your people are bullying my little brother. As his big brother, I can't just sit by and watch. Moo Yu put one hand on Little Shuai's shoulder and lightly said, That's right. Your Long Outyen was defeated by me, and the others are still looking for trouble with me. You bunch of mixed-blood dragons are so thick-skinned. Little Shuai gnawed on a drumstick and said incoherently. Everyone was secretly worried for Little Shuai. This little kid dared to call a mixed-blood dragon shameless in front of the Crossing Calamity stage Jade Flood Dragon. He was really bold. Long Balian, what happened just now? Tell us what happened. We, the Dragon Clan, do things in an open and above-board manner. We can afford to lose. The Jade Jiao Dragon looked at Long Balian whose fangs were broken. When Long Balian heard the Jade Flood Dragon's words, it was as if he had found a backer. He covered his mouth and said righteously, It was that little brat who didn't show mercy. He injured Long Outyen and insulted us. You're talking nonsense. It's you dragons who insulted us primitive demons first. Madame Zhu in the crowd gathered her courage and said. But when the Jade Flood Dragon swept its gaze over her, she was so scared that she shrank behind Uncle Toad. Long Ting looked at Long Balian with contempt and said, I saw everything just now. Who do you think you are? How dare you distort right and wrong in front of me? We are all monsters. We should treat all monsters as equals. You dragons keep calling other monsters lowly, looking down on other monsters and destroying the unity of the races. Do you think the Azure Dragon Monster King will let you go? When this big hat was placed on Long Balian's head, Long Balian jumped in fright. You are not a monster. You are just a lowly outsider. What right do you have to lecture us? What right do you have to lead the monster race? Slap. Moo Yu suddenly slapped Long Balian's face and broke his remaining fangs. Not only that, half of Long Balian's face swelled up like a pig's head. You dare to hit me. Long Balian was shocked and furious. The Azure Dragon Monster King once said that the future successor of the Azure Dragon dynasty must be a true dragon. It doesn't matter where he comes from. You spoke without thinking and provoked the Azure Dragon Monster King's decree. You deserve to be punished. Jade Jiao Dragon, are all your subordinates so lawless? Mu Yu looked at Jade Jiao Dragon provocatively. Patriarch, he hit me. You have to seek justice for me. Long Balian cried with snot and tears. Slap. Another crisp slap sounded. The other side of Long Balian's face also swelled up. He looked at the person who slapped him in disbelief. This time, it was Jade Jiao Dragon who slapped him. Lord True Dragon, please forgive me. My people speak without thinking and have no regard for the law. They deserve to die. We monsters need to unite. Everyone's goal is to strengthen the monster race, resist the humans together and leave this wasteland. Don't you think so? Little friend Mu Yu? Jade Jiao Dragon asked with a fake smile. Mu Yu came from the human race. Jade Jiao Dragon deliberately pointed out the conflict between the human race and the monster race so that Mu Yu, as a human, could answer. If Mu Yu stood on the side of the human race, then Jade Jiao Dragon would be able to use this opportunity. After all, this was the territory of the monster race. But if Mu Yu spoke on behalf of the monster race, then it would be the same as humiliating Mu Yu. No matter how one looked at it, Mu Yu was at a disadvantage. 1,000 miles of dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. If the monster race doesn't clean up those arrogant pests, they will be trapped in this wasteland for the rest of their lives. If the monster race wants to fight for territory with the human race, it won't work by relying on those despicable people who play dirty tricks. No matter the time, the most important thing is to be united. The human race has always been united. If the monster race discriminates against their own people, then they won't be able to compete with the human race. Therefore, those pests who destroy the unity must be cleaned up. Don't you think so? Jade Jiao Dragon? Mu Yu retorted unhurriedly. Mu Yu's answer hit the nail on the head. He was neither biased towards the human race nor the monster race. He was only stating a well-known truth. The human race was very powerful. If the monster race didn't unite, they couldn't fight against the human race. That's right. Therefore, Lord True Dragon advocates for the equality of the monster race. It is for the rise of the monster race. The old doctor said seriously. That's right. Equality of the monster race. Equality of the monster race. It's time for you dragons to change your arrogance. Why are you looking down on us? All the primitive monster race members shouted crazily, condemning the dragon race. The situation went out of control again. The powerful aura of Jade Jiao Dragon didn't seem to affect them anymore. Jade Jiao Dragon didn't expect that his original intention to humiliate Mu Yu would be exposed by Mu Yu. It was as if Jade Jiao Dragon had shot himself in the foot. He was very angry right now. If he didn't handle today's matter well, the Azure Dragon Monster King would definitely punish him when he returned. Jade Jiao Dragon's face twitched. He put on a fake smile again and said, Mu Yu is right. Long Balian did cross the line today. I have already taught him a lesson. The Rising Dragon League will continue. Everyone, disperse. Jade Jiao Dragon walked to Dragon Teng and said with a smile, Lord True Dragon is the hope of our Azure Dragon dynasty. However, I am still looking forward to Lord True Dragon's performance in the Rising Dragon League. With Lord True Dragon's strength, please don't fail. Otherwise, the monster race will be disappointed. Jade Jiao Dragon's smile contained endless threats. The 4 dragon races were all prepared for Dragon Teng's participation in the Rising Dragon League. Dragon Teng wanted to lead the primitive monster race against the 4 dragon races. How could the 4 dragon races be willing to accept that? Right now, all the primitive monster race had high hopes for Dragon Teng. They hoped that Dragon Teng could demonstrate extraordinary strength and lead the primitive monster race to the Azure Dragon dynasty where all monsters were equal. If Long Teng was defeated by the 4 great dragon clans at this time, then it would be a huge blow to the primitive demon clans. This was because this was equivalent to questioning the strength of Lord True Dragon, Long Teng. It would also give the demon clans, who still had hope for Long Teng, an illusion that true dragons were inferior to dragons. Therefore, the 4 dragon races wouldn't let Dragon Teng win. I won't let a mixed-blood dragon run rampant, Dragon Teng declared proudly. Jade Jiao Dragon's face twitched again. The word mixed-blood dragon infuriated him, but he decided to ignore Dragon Teng's words at this moment. Jade Jiao Dragon squinted at Mu Yu, who had been playing with the reed in his hand. He was quite wary of the reed. The reed near the swamp of the desolate ruins had left a deep impression on Jade Jiao Dragon. He had intended to kill the old doctor, but he had been poisoned by more poison of the desolate ruins instead. In the end, he had even taken a poison that was not effective. As a result, the poison went out of control and he had to sacrifice a certain part of his body. Jade Jiao Dragon was infuriated when he recalled the self-mutilation he had done to detoxify the poison. I also hope that my young friend Mu Yu can distinguish himself in the Rising Dragon League and show us what a human young friend who has rescued 2 demon kings is capable of. Don't just use the poison of the desolate ruins to win the competition. That's not honorable at all. Jade Jiao Dragon was furious, but he still put on a fake smile. Mu Yu played with the reed in his hand. The reed circled around his fingertips easily. How can I possibly use poison to deal with some clowns in the Rising Dragon Arena? Mu Yu stroked the reed pole with both hands and gently bent it. Pa. The reed was broken into 2 pieces, but the yellow poison of the desolate ruins that frightened Jade Jiao Dragon didn't spread out from the reed. This was nothing more than an ordinary reed pole. Don't you think so? Jade Jiao Dragon. Mu Yu smiled and threw the broken reed at Jade Jiao Dragon's feet. Chapter 772. How could a crossing calamity stage expert be scared off by an ordinary reed pole? The onlookers were already puzzled by the Jade Serpent's sudden retreat. Now that they realized what had happened, they looked at the Jade Serpent with even stranger expressions. The Jade Serpent was furious. It had wanted to intimidate Mu Yu in public, but who would have thought that Mu Yu would defuse it so cleverly? Not only that, but it was also toyed with by Mu Yu, causing it to lose face. It was the first time anyone had seen a tribulation passing stage expert scared off with an ordinary reed pole. I hope you can do the same on the stage. The Jade Serpent snorted angrily. It knew that it would become a joke if it stayed any longer, so it turned around and left. In the distance, the other 3 dragon chiefs looked at each other imperceptibly. They had already noticed the abnormality, but they were more sensible and did not come over to ask for a rebuff like the Jade Serpent. The storm of the Valley of Dawn's little prodigy had come to an end, but the competition on the Rising Dragon Arena continued. However, Xiao Shuai, who was by Mu Yu's side, became the focus of everyone's attention. A little boy who looked like he was only 4 or 5 years old had defeated an out-of-body Dragon Clan expert. Such terrifying potential was truly astonishing. The little prodigy from the Valley of Dawn was truly an eye-opener. The primitive demons were also talking about how Mu Yu toyed with the tribulation passing stage Jade Serpent with an ordinary reed pole. After all, there had never been a primitive demon that could make the Jade Serpent, one of the 4 great dragon clans, suffer such humiliation. Mu Yu's actions made the primitive demons, who were usually angry but did not dare to speak out, feel relieved. Did you see the Jade Serpent's expression? It looked like it had eaten shit. Xiao Shuai returned to his tent and laughed. Xiao Shui smiled as well. Mu Yu's actions were indeed very satisfying. The Jade Serpent was now in a state of panic. The desolate ruins poison had left too much of a psychological shadow on it, so much so that it did not even dare to take an ordinary reed pole head-on. But don't let your guard down. The Jade Serpent is a very vengeful person, said Xiao Shui. No matter how many come, we'll kill them all. There's no hurry, Longteng said disdainfully. Mu Yu sat there and pondered for a moment before saying, Longteng, you have to win. Don't think about relying on your own strength. This competition is no longer just a battle that belongs to you. Everyone is looking forward to your performance. You have to set an example. Dragon Ting muttered to herself for a while before nodding. I got it. Blast them with lightning the moment we come up. Outside, there was still a hubbub of voices. Everyone was cheering for the Yarrow clansmen who were participating in the competition. The old doctor hurriedly walked in and said, Little friend Mu Yu, your match will be held in an hour. Your opponent is Long Chi of the demonic dragon Python clan. Lord True Dragon's opponent is the Hidden Forest Black Tiger clan's Long Wen Mao. You have to be careful of these two opponents. Mu Yu's opponent is Long 7? Xiao Shui asked in astonishment. What's wrong? Mu Yu asked casually. Xiao Shui said, Long 7 got second place in the body integration stage last year. His cultivation is only at the 8th heavenly layer of the body integration stage, but he has 80% true dragon bloodline. He needs to be taken seriously. The old doctor said, Xiao Shui, you're wrong. When you left the Yarrow clan, Long 7 had already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the body integration stage. This year, he will be competing with Long Feiying of the Winged Dragon clan. Long Feiying was last year's body integration stage champion. He's 42 years old and is said to be the Dragon clan member most likely to reach the Transcending Tribulation stage. As long as Long Feiying reaches the Transcending Tribulation stage, the overall strength of the Purple Lightning Winged Dragon clan will be stronger than the other three dragon clans. Mu Yu didn't care much about this. He was more concerned about Long Ting's opponent. What kind of opponent is Long Wen Mao? The old doctor and Xiao Shui looked at each other and said seriously, Long Wen Mao was last year's Spirit Severing Stage champion. Not only that, he has been the champion of the Spirit Severing Stage for 3 consecutive years. 3 years ago, Long Wen Mao was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the Spirit Severing Stage, but he still defeated an opponent at the 9th heavenly layer of the Spirit Severing Stage. During the bloodline test a while ago, he was tested to have 90% true dragon bloodline. He has already surpassed Long Xingyun 90% true dragon bloodline. Now that Long Xingyun was dead, there was no doubt about Long Wen Mao's potential. To be able to become the champion of the Spirit Severing Stage for 3 consecutive years, he was really strong. Xiao Shui continued, Long Xingyun also had 90% true dragon bloodline, but this guy's strength was too weak. In terms of true strength, Long Xingyun was no match for Long Wen Mao. Rumor has it that Long Wen Mao defeated an opponent at the 1st heavenly layer of the Spirit Severing Stage. Long Wen Mao had already obtained 3 dragon scales, and Long Xingyun's dragon scales were given by the Jade Flood Dragon. Long Ting rubbed his chin. So my first opponent is the strongest in the Spirit Severing Stage? Big Earthworm is too useless. If I had known earlier, I would have participated in the Spirit Severing Stage competition. Out-of-body stage is too weak. It's not challenging at all. Xiao Shui said regretfully. Long Outyan was beaten up by him just now, and he still felt that it was not enough. Bah, you're useless. It's just a mixed blood dragon. I can take care of it in minutes. Long Ting scolded. Mu Yu, I'm worried about you the most. They don't dare to kill Long Ting in front of everyone, but when they deal with you, they will definitely kill you. So, you have to be careful. Xiao Shui said. Mu Yu smiled. What's wrong? Do you still have so little confidence in me? Don't forget that I'm not someone to be trifled with. Xiao Shui thought of the killing power in Mu Ling and felt a little relieved. That power was really terrifying. With Mu Yu's current cultivation, if he used the killing power, he wouldn't be afraid of a true tribulation passing stage expert. As for Long Qi, he didn't need to worry too much. I'm always worried that something will happen. The 4 dragon races clearly want to deal with you. Long Qi must have prepared a lot of magic treasures to deal with you. So, Long Qi isn't fighting alone. You're fighting against the 4 dragon races alone. Xiao Shui continued. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Black and white spiritual energy flashed through Mu Yu's fingertips. He never knew what fear was. Except for the 4 dragon race leaders, the rest of the monster clan were nothing. An hour passed quickly. The old doctor took them to the Rising Dragon Arena again. The monster clan was familiar with Long Qi, but they didn't know much about Mu Yu, a foreign human. So, everyone's focus was still on Long Qi. It's Long Qi. He was the second in last year's combination stage competition. The young human who saved the 2 monster kings should have a high cultivation, right? He's just a disgusting human. How powerful can he be? A puny human wants to fight with us dragon race. He's courting death. Hey, what's so great about you dragon race? Don't forget, Mu Yu also saved Lord True Dragon. True dragon? Hee hee. What's with your attitude? How dare you look down on Lord True Dragon? Lord True Dragon mentioned that all monsters should be treated as equals. You dragon race should reflect on yourselves. The competition hadn't started yet, but the primitive monster clan and dragon race were already at each other's throats. The atmosphere was even more tense than on the stage. Most of the people who spoke up for Mu Yu were monster clan members from the Valley of Dawn. The dragon race, on the other hand, saw Mu Yu as a thorn in their side. The conflicts among the monster clan were difficult to resolve. The dragon race had always looked down on other races, whether they were primitive monster clan members or humans. Mu Yu slowly walked up to the rising dragon arena and looked at Long Qi, who had a look of disdain on his face. Long Qi was 41 years old, but because of the age of the Yarrow clan, 41 years old was still considered young, which made Mu Yu feel very strange. My opponent is actually a human. What an insult. Long Seven sneered condescendingly. Mu Yu just smiled faintly and ignored Long Qi's provocation. He was waiting for the referee to start. He didn't need to waste his breath to deal with this kind of small fry. Long Qi continued, I don't care what a disgusting human like you did before. I just want to tell you that you are nothing in front of me. Mu Yu still didn't respond to Long Qi. Instead, he turned to the referee and asked, Can we start now? The referee said, Not yet. A competition in the form synthesis stage requires 2 referees to monitor it together. I just received a notice that there is something wrong with one of the referees. We need to wait for a while. Long Qi laughed wildly. What? Are you that impatient to seek death? Or are you so eager to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy? Mu Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, lowered his head slightly, and closed his eyes to rest. Long Qi saw that his provocation was ignored by Mu Yu. He continued to sneer. What? Are you so scared that you don't even dare to speak? Coward. I thought you were very powerful. It turns out that you don't even dare to speak. What a piece of trash. Mu Yu still didn't say anything. Long Qi became more and more arrogant. Usually, no casualties are allowed in the Rising Dragon League of previous years. However, I think that if someone overestimates himself and stands on the Rising Dragon platform, he should be taught a lesson. I want you to understand that the Rising Dragon platform of the Demon Clan is not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter. Mu Yu didn't respond to Long Qi's provocation. The onlookers of the Dragon Clan also began to mock him. What's going on? Is this human youth so cowardly? Is he so scared that he can't even speak? Don't you know who his opponent is? He is the leader of the younger generation of the Demon Clan. Long Qi, who has reached the 9th heaven of the form synthesis stage at the age of 41. I guess that human must have been scared out of his wits after hearing Long Qi's name. Ha ha ha. Long Qi will teach that human a lesson. Let him understand that the Demon Clan's territory is not a place where a human like him can enter. Countless mocking laughter came from below the platform. They were all from the Dragon Clan who were wantonly belittling Mu Yu and looking down on Mu Yu. These Dragon Clan members had always been arrogant. They even looked down on other primitive demon clansmen of the same origin, let alone a human. A 41-year-old young man? Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. There was a little accident with the original judge of this competition, so I was asked to be the temporary judge. Jade Jiao Dragon's voice suddenly came from below the platform. Then, he appeared in the judge's seat. Mu Yu opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of Jade Jiao Dragon. Although he was a little surprised, he wasn't surprised. This was a premeditated competition. In order to ensure that they could defeat Mu Yu, even Jade Jiao Dragon was arranged to be the judge. It was no longer a fair competition. When Jade Jiao Dragon saw Mu Yu, he deliberately pretended to be surprised. My young friend Mu Yu, so you are the judge of this competition. Oh, what a coincidence. It's rare to see my young friend Mu Yu shine. Mu Yu smiled calmly. I will announce the rules of the competition again. The Desolate Ruins poison is something that we demon clansmen hate the most. Therefore, if anyone uses the Desolate Ruins poison to hurt others, they will be severely punished. Jade Jiao Dragon said loudly. He glanced at Mu Yu from the corner of his eyes and then continued with a strange smile. Chapter 773. The battle between Mu Yu and Long Qi had attracted the attention of many demons. Most of them had come because of Long Qi's reputation. Long Qi was one of the best of the younger generation of demons. He was also one of the candidates to win the Rising Dragon League. His battle would definitely be spectacular. Even the primitive demons would not want to miss it. After all, this was a stage for geniuses. It was a pleasure to watch the younger generation. Long Qi sneered. "Kid, I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't make a fool of yourself if you're not strong enough." 2 golden dragon scales suddenly appeared in Long Qi's hands. The scales emitted a sacred and majestic light. As soon as the scales appeared, a dragon's roar reverberated around the Rising Dragon arena. Every dragon below the arena was stunned. However, the primitive dragon's expressions changed immediately. Some of the demons from the Valley of Dawn shouted, "Shameless." Green Dragon Patriarch clearly said that no one is allowed to rely on external forces on the Rising Dragon arena. "You're still using dragon scales?" "That's right. That's ridiculous. No one has ever dared to use dragon scales in the past. As a member of the Dragon Clan, you're taking the lead to violate the rules set by Green Dragon Patriarch." The primitive demon clansmen began to curse. The dragon scales were personally refined by the Azure Dragon Demon King. They contained powerful dragon essence and could allow one to unleash a powerful attack that was beyond one's cultivation level in an instant. They could be used to attack or retreat. Especially for the dragon clansmen, their value was self-evident. Not to mention that Long Qi had taken out 2 dragon scales at once. With 2 dragon scales, Long Qi's strength was comparable to an early-stage crossing tribulation self-cultivator. Long Qi said unhurriedly, "The Rising Dragon League originally did not allow humans to participate. This human's appearance here has already changed the rules. Since the rules have been changed, why can't I use dragon scales? Not only that, I'm going to kill you." Long Qi's aura surged. The clothes on his arm were torn apart. The 2 dragon scales were tightly attached to the back of his hand and merged with him. His body also emitted a dazzling light. His cultivation level was no longer at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm. "Wait," Mu Yu suddenly said. "What? Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? If you kneel down and beg for mercy right now, I can consider letting you off," Long Seven said with a vicious smile. "You just said you wanted to kill me. Is it allowed to kill on the Rising Dragon arena?" Mu Yu pretended to be curious and asked. Draconic Seven's face froze. The Rising Dragon League's competition was all about stopping after a certain point, and no one was allowed to die. However, when he thought of the fact that he had 2 dragon scales from Patriarch Azure Dragon, the other 4 Patriarchs' request, and the Jade Jiao Dragon as the judge, he was almost certain that he would win the competition. Long Seven laughed loudly and said, "On the Rising Dragon arena, life and death are not important, only victory and defeat. The rule of not going too far is set by the Demon Clan. You are not a Demon Clan member, so you are not bound by this rule. So it should be fine for me to kill him, right? Jade Jiao Dragon?" Mu Yu turned his head and looked at Jade Jiao Dragon in a mocking manner. Mu Yu's idea was simple. He wanted Jade Flood Dragon, the judge, to confirm the rules in front of everyone. Jade Jiao Dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent, but his face was calm as he said, "Since Draconic Seven has said that life and death are not important, only victory and defeat are important. We won't pursue the matter no matter who dies on the arena today." He was very confident in Draconic Seven, who had 2 dragon scales from Patriarch Azure Dragon. "I see." Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Human coward, die." Draconic Seven's hands had transformed into sharp dragon claws. His body was as fast as lightning, leaving behind a golden afterimage as he charged toward Mu Yu mercilessly. Meanwhile, Mu Yu had already grasped the Shadow Clone Sword. The seal in the Shadow Clone Sword that blocked Mu Ling had long disappeared, and a terrifying killing intent spread out from Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu slowly raised his head and said, This makes things easier. His voice was bone-chilling, like ice that had not melted for 1,000 years, causing everyone present to shiver. It was a sunny day, but the spectators felt as if they had suddenly stepped into winter from summer. Draconic 7 vaguely felt that something was wrong. He met Mu Yu's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. The pair of eyes had already changed form. The left eye was glowing with white light, while the right eye was glowing with black cold light. There was no emotion in it. It was not a human's eyes, nor was it a demon's eyes. What's going on? Draconic 7 felt as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. His entire body turned cold. When he came back to his senses, he realized that a black and white sword tip had pierced through his chest. You. Draconic 7 widened his eyes in horror. He did not know how Mu Yu did it. Mu Yu was still standing on the same spot, holding the black and white flying sword. He did not even move, but why did he feel a sharp pain in his chest? Bang! Draconic 7's figure fell from mid-air and fell to the ground. He looked at his chest again. Where was the sword tip? But why was there a bloody hole left? Mu Yu appeared next to Long Qi in the blink of an eye. He stepped on Long Qi's chest. His expression returned to normal. The black and white light disappeared. Even the horrible murderous intent disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. You said so many nasty things just now, but I did not want to respond to you. It was because I did not want to waste my breath on a clown. People who talk too much usually die quickly. You are nothing in front of me. Don't be too self-righteous. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword glowed with a green light in the air. He revealed a sarcastic smile. Also, in our human race, only those who are below 40 years old are called the younger generation. The shadow clone sword slid down in the air, and Draconic 7 widened his eyes in horror. Only now did he understand what kind of person his opponent was. Originally, he thought that he would be able to humiliate Mu Yu in every possible way, torturing Mu Yu to death, but he never imagined that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from Mu Yu. Thinking back to his arrogant and despotic mockery just now, he even overestimated himself and changed the rules of the Rising Dragon Arena. Only then did he realize how laughable he was. If he was given another chance, he would never be so stupid as to break the rules. Draconic 7 wanted to say something, but he could no longer speak. Stop! Jade Jiao Dragon shouted anxiously. It suddenly flew up and grabbed at Mu Yu. But it was too late. Draconic 7's head flew high from the Rising Dragon Arena toward Jade Jiao Dragon. Jade Jiao Dragon subconsciously reached out and grabbed Draconic 7's head. Silence. Below the arena, both primitive demons and dragons were stunned. They looked at the young human on the arena in disbelief. Draconic 7, who was arrogant and mocking Mu Yu, was killed by Mu Yu in one move? That was Draconic 7. Just now, he had used 2 pieces of Ancestor Green Dragon's dragon scales. 1 dragon scale was enough to drive the monster race crazy. When Long Qi took out 2 dragon scales, everyone thought that the result of this competition was obvious. Mu Yu of the human clan would definitely die. But they did not expect Draconic 7, who had 2 dragon scales, to die. How did Mu Yu do it? That was the question in everyone's mind. They only felt a terrifying murderous intent. Mu Yu only pulled out his sword. He did not even move his sword. Everyone only saw a ripple in the air, and then Draconic 7's chest was pierced by a black and white sword tip. He fell down, and then Draconic 7's head fell into Jade Jiao Dragon's hand. Everything happened in a flash. Even Jade Jiao Dragon, who was in the crossing calamity stage, could not stop it. The demons looked at each other in disbelief. Gulp. Someone swallowed his saliva and made a clear sound. Jade Jiao Dragon looked at Draconic 7's head in his hand. Even though he was in the crossing calamity stage, he was still stunned for a moment. He was shocked by the bleeding head in his hand. Then, he came back to his senses and threw Draconic 7's head on the ground. He shouted angrily, "How dare you kill a demon?" Jade Jiao Dragon's crossing calamity stage cultivation was fully unleashed. He suddenly attacked Mu Yu. A terrifying pressure swept over. He did not care about the rules of the Rising Dragon Arena and directly attacked to kill. Mu Yu narrowed his eyes. Jade Jiao Dragon was a genuine crossing calamity stage self-cultivator. He did not have the desolate ruins poison that Jade Jiao Dragon was afraid of, so he had to be careful. The cold murderous intent covered the entire Rising Dragon arena again. The black and white sword energy swept out violently. The endless killing power met Jade Jiao Dragon and collided violently with him. Bang! Mu Yu and Jade Jiao Dragon both took half a step back. Although it was only half a step, this half a step was enough to shock everyone once again. The Jade Jiao Dragon was the leader of the Dragon Clan who was at the Tribulation passing stage. He was extremely powerful and was one of the 4 strongest experts below the Demon King realm. However, when he fought against Mu Yu made the Jade Jiao Dragon retreat half a step. What? Since when can judges participate in the Rising Dragon Assembly of the Demon Race? What a magical assembly. I've always been curious as to why the Dragon Race always wins first place every year. So it's because of the interference of the judges. Mu Yu's voice was neither loud nor soft. It was just enough to reach the ears of all the demon race, especially the primitive demon race. After hearing Mu Yu's words, they were even more shocked and doubtful. Jade Jiao Dragon, can you be any more despicable? As a judge, you dare to attack a member of the Rising Dragon Assembly? You've crossed the line. Mu Yu is right. Don't tell me that every year, your Dragon Clan wins first place with the help of the judges. The old doctor suddenly shouted. Humph. He killed a member of the demon race. I'm standing up for the demon race. Jade Jiao Dragon shouted angrily. You've crossed the line. Just now, Long Qi said that on the Rising Dragon Arena, there's no life or death, only victory or defeat. What right do you have to attack Mu Yu? Madame Zhu's voice was the loudest. That's right. I seriously suspect that there's an inside story behind the Rising Dragon Assembly in the past years. You've been manipulating the Rising Dragon Assembly from the shadows. Shameless. Sir Tian Kan was also agitated. Spittle flew everywhere as he cursed. This is too unfair. What's the point of the Rising Dragon Assembly? Uncle Toad shouted in a low, muffled voice. Long Qi's death did not arouse any sympathy from the primitive demon race. The dragon race had always been arrogant and domineering. They had a deep conflict with the primitive demon race. The primitive demon race could not wait for the dragon race to lose members. The other demon race members of the Valley of Dawn also began to curse. The primitive demon race members who did not belong to the Valley of Dawn were also furious. Every year, it was always the dragon race that shone brightly in the Rising Dragon Assembly. There were almost no primitive demon race members in the top 3. Now that Mu Yu had reminded them, everyone began to doubt the fairness of the Rising Dragon Assembly. The Rising Dragon Assembly became noisy again. The dragon race and primitive demon race members began to curse each other again. The scene fell into chaos once more. Since the Azure Dragon dynasty's development, there were about 10 million people. Among them, 80% were dragon race members and 20% were primitive demon race members. Although primitive demon race members were few in number, it still meant that there were about 2 million of them. This was not a small number. The number of people who came to watch the Rising Dragon Assembly was no less than 10,000. Therefore, once the primitive demon race became noisy, they could be considered a considerable force. Although the dragon race looked down on primitive demon race members, it was impossible for them to completely wipe them out. Chapter 774. More and more demonic beasts were attracted to the Rising Dragon League due to the repeated riots. Every demonic beast was trying to find out what was going on. After finding out that the Jade Jiao Dragon had interfered in the competition and that everyone was suspecting that the Rising Dragon League was manipulating things behind the scenes, all the primitive demonic beasts immediately joined in the condemnation. Mu Yu and the Jade Jiao Dragon were still confronting each other in the air. The Jade Jiao Dragon's aura was ruthless while Mu Yu's aura was cold. They had become the focus of all the demonic beast. In the distance, the purple lightning-winged dragon, Hei Hulong, and Long Keshuang were also very shocked. According to the plan, The three patriarchs had sent the Jade Jiao Dragon to deliberately make things difficult for Mu Yu. During the competition between Mu Yu and Long Qi, the Jade Jiao Dragon would secretly find an opportunity to help Long Qi kill Mu Yu. However, they did not expect things to develop unexpectedly. Mu Yu's speed was too fast and he killed Long Qi directly. Even the Jade Jiao Dragon did not have the chance to attack. The three patriarchs originally wanted to pretend that they did not see anything and let the Jade Jiao Dragon handle it on its own. However, the situation was getting out of hand and it seriously interfered with the competition on the Rising Dragon Arena. Therefore, the other three patriarchs had to show up. Everyone, quiet down. What happened here? He Hulong's voice was as loud and clear as a large bell, covering all the noise. At the same time, the aura on his body also spread out, intimidating everyone. All the noise stopped, no one dared to make a sound. A lowly human like him actually killed a member of the dragon clan. The Jade Jiao Dragon said angrily, "Young friend Mu Yu, why did you kill him? You have to give us an explanation." He Hulong said solemnly, "You don't know what Long Qi did?" Mu Yu sneered. He Hulong said seriously, "I don't know what Long Qi did, but you have to give us an explanation for killing him." When Long Keshuang saw Long Qi's corpse, she was also enraged. Long Qi was a member of her clan. He was originally sent to kill Mu Yu. Even if he couldn't win, he wanted to waste Mu Yu's experience and let Mu Yu be killed by Long Feiying in the following competition. For this, Long Keshuang even gave Long Qi 2 true dragon scales. However, they never expected that Long Qi, whom they had high hopes for, would be killed by Mu Yu before he could even make a move. "Mu Yu of the human race, you killed our demon race, you deserve to die." Long Keshuang stood beside the Jade Flood Dragon and furiously shouted. Mu Yu's body was still emitting a cold killing intent. Can referees participate in the competition? Or do you take your own words as bullshit? Are all of you Dragon Clan members shameless and unscrupulous? How dare you? Long Keshuang was about to make a move, but Long Teng's figure had already appeared beside Mu Yu. She angrily roared, "Mixed blood dragon, when can you be so shameless?" Long Keshuang forcefully resisted the urge to make a move. If she made a move against the true dragon in public, everyone would think that she was being disrespectful to the Lord True Dragon. If anything happened to the True Dragon in the future, she would definitely be the first to take the blame. Lord True Dragon, the Rising Dragon Arena has never been a battle of life and death. Mu Yu of the human race killed our demon race, you can't be biased. Long Keshuang said in a deep voice. Biased your sister, how can you be so shameless? Long Qi, that mixed blood dragon, had said very clearly that the life and death arena doesn't care about life and death, only the winner and loser. Do you think all the demon race here are fools? Long Teng scolded without holding back. When Long Keshuang heard Long Teng's unpleasant scolding, her expression also froze. She was indeed very old, but she maintained her appearance very well. As a woman, who would be willing to be scolded by others? If it was any other time, she would have already killed everyone, but the one scolding her was Long Teng. Even if she had a myriad of anger in her heart, she could only forcefully suppress it. Lord True Dragon must be joking. I didn't watch the battle just now, so I don't know what happened. Long Keshuang pursed her lips and said. She thought that her target was Long Teng, so she secretly told herself not to be impulsive. Everything could wait until she found an opportunity to secretly capture Long Teng. Mu Yu withdrew his killing power. Every time he used this power, some of the emotions in his mind would be swallowed up, which he didn't like very much. If you don't know the situation, then don't speak. As a dragon patriarch, wanting to kill people without any reason, this is the characteristic of a shrew, not the image of a dragon patriarch. Don't you think so? Long Keshuang? Mu Yu said indifferently. You're courting death. Long Keshuang's anger had already accumulated to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fact that so many clansmen were present today, she would have already rushed over to kill Mu Yu. Mu Yu, you must be joking. Since Long Qi didn't care about the rules of the competition and used an external force, using the dragon scale, and even made a life and death promise, then dying in the hands of little friend Mu Yu is indeed his own fault. I will be fair and just in this matter. He Hulong said. Didn't you just say that you don't know what Long Qi did? How come you know that Long Qi used an external force now? Or did you allow Long Qi to use the dragon scale? Mu Yu said meaningfully. He Hulong's expression changed slightly. In order to keep the peace, he had let slip, but he didn't expect that Mu Yu would catch the floor. He quickly coughed twice and said with a smile, I'm just guessing. After all, the power here is far from what Long Qi can use. Little friend Mu Yu, please don't mind it. The purple electric winged dragon also stood out and said, I've already asked someone to find out what happened just now. It's true that Long Qi overestimated himself and broke the rules of the Rising Dragon League. Since he broke the rules first, then he has to pay the price. However, the Rising Dragon League is used by the Azure Dragon Old Ancestor to test the strength of the younger generation of the Demon Clan. He doesn't want there to be any casualties. Therefore, I hereby announce that no one is allowed to use any external force. Once they do, they will be severely punished. The purple electric winged dragon then deliberately said to Mu Yu, Little friend Mu Yu, please follow the rules of the Rising Dragon League. Don't use any power that doesn't belong to you anymore. Long Keshuang and the Jade Jiao Dragon both frowned. They purposely didn't emphasize this point so that their people could use the dragon scale to kill Mu Yu. However, the purple electric winged dragon had already set the rules. How was he going to use the dragon scale next? However, the two of them tactfully didn't raise any questions because this rule was already in place. If they questioned it again, Mu Yu would take the opportunity to cause trouble again. The other primitive demon clan members would also be dissatisfied. Then I still hope that some people will consciously follow the rules. Mu Yu glanced at the Jade Jiao Dragon indifferently, then left the Rising Dragon Arena with Long Teng. Everyone, disperse. The Rising Dragon League will continue. I hope that everyone will strictly follow the rules and be fair. Also, the judges will not interfere with the competition. What happened just now will not happen again. The purple electric winged dragon said righteously. After the Rising Dragon League continued to restore order, the 4 dragon clan leaders gathered again. Long Keshuang took the lead and said, Winged Dragon, what is the meaning of this? You set the rules in front of so many people. How are we going to deal with Mu Yu next? If we don't rely on the dragon scale, how are we going to defeat Mu Yu? If we don't kill Mu Yu won't be able to protect Long Teng. How are we going to get Long Teng? The Jade Jiao Dragon also questioned. The purple electric winged dragon shook his head and said, Please calm down. Didn't you notice just now? Mu Yu's power that is comparable to the tribulation stage came from the sword in his hand. I think that's why he was able to save the 2 demon kings. Jade Jiao Dragon, you have fought with him several times. You should know what level his cultivation is at, right? His cultivation is probably at the 2nd sky of the combination stage. The Jade Jiao Dragon snorted. It couldn't gain the upper hand against Mu Yu over and over again. However, it was still clear about Mu Yu's cultivation. Long Yeli was once defeated by him, but Long Yeli said that at that time, Mu Yu relied on the soul tool on the Demon Island, so this time, we forbade him from using external force, which means he can no longer use that strange power, nor can he use soul tool. Is Long Fei Ink's strength not enough to seriously injure him? The purple electric winged dragon said with a smile. Is my subordinate Long Qi going to die in vain? Long Keshuang said unwillingly. When we seriously injure Mu Yu in the Rising Dragon League, we'll take the opportunity to kill him. At that time, the Dragon Vine won't be able to protect Long Ting with those from Dawn Valley. The Dragon Vine's bloodline will fall into our hands sooner or later. We'll divide the Dragon Vine's bloodline evenly. Is the bloodline of a true dragon inferior to Long Qi? The purple electric winged dragon said. Long Keshuang snorted coldly. Long Qi is the most outstanding young man of our demonic dragon python clan. I can't accept his death. Even if you can't accept it, you have to accept it now. Everything will wait until we kill Mu Yu. Then, we can get our revenge. The Black Tiger Dragon said impatiently. Mu Yu was adjusting his breath. Just now, He resisted the attack of the Jade Flood Dragon. It was still difficult for him. Fortunately, the 4 patriarchs of the Dragon Clan didn't dare to kill him openly because of Long Teng. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist the joint attack of 4 crossing tribulation experts. Long Teng was bored to death and asked, "The purple electric winged dragon said that we can't rely on external forces. Then, do I still need those formations? Keep them. If the opponent is useless, then forget it. If he is useful, then just kill him. There's no need to be merciful," Mu Yu said without hesitation. If he talked about the principles of competition with the shameless Dragon Clan, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. This wasn't a fair competition to begin with. Since the Dragon Clan was shameless to this extent, Mu Yu didn't want to be polite. "Big Earthworm, I told you not to learn array techniques normally. If you could use array techniques after learning array techniques, then it wouldn't be considered an external force." Little Handsome sat on Xiao Shui's lap and kept eating. Xiao Shui knew how to use formations, so he didn't panic at all. After a long time, the old doctor walked in and said, "Master True Dragon's competition is about to begin. Master True Dragon, please be careful." The old doctor was very worried. He didn't know Long Teng's true cultivation, but he knew Long Wen Mao's strength very well. Long Wen Mao had always been the #1 spirit severing stage expert since the 4th celestial layer of spirit severing stage. "I know, don't worry. I won't lose to a mixed blood dragon," Long Teng said. They once again walked towards the location of the competition. This time, all the primitive demon clansmen were waiting for them outside. No matter if it was Xiao Shui or Mu Yu, both of them had performed amazingly just now. Hence, they were full of anticipation for Long Teng. Chapter 775. The Draconic Cat was a skinny young man. He wore black clothes and looked very light. He stood there as if he would disappear into the darkness in the next moment. The dragon race was known for their speed. That was Mu Yu's first impression of him. When Long Teng walked up, the Draconic Cat's expression didn't change. He just looked at Long Teng coldly. His eyes still had the vertical pupils of a cat. There was a flash of slyness in them. "A true dragon should have the strength of a true dragon," the Draconic Cat said coldly. The Draconic Cat said coldly. His voice was very sharp and penetrating. It was very similar to a cat's voice. "You'll know soon enough whether I have the strength or not." After transforming, Long Teng looked very arrogant. Although he looked like a rebellious young man, he had the natural temperament of a king. Although he looked a little lazy, his eyes still had a majesty that couldn't be challenged. "I would like to see how a true dragon is different from us." The Draconic Cat showed a strange smile. The majesty of Long Teng made him feel pressured at first, but he quickly returned to normal. This pressure was dissolved by the Draconic Cat. "You will understand." Long Teng crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly. Long Teng and the Draconic Cat were now the focus of the demon race. There were many demon race members watching. Basically, all the demon race members had squeezed into the Rising Dragon arena. The former was a true dragon, an existence similar to the Green Dragon Demon King. The latter was a famous genius of the demon race. 3 years ago, he won first place with his 4th sky of spirit severing stage cultivation. Now, his cultivation was even more unpredictable. "I wonder who will win this battle. It's hard to say. Although Lord True Dragon's status is very noble, he is still very young. I don't think he will be a match for the Draconic Cat. That's not for sure. Lord True Dragon will definitely win. Good luck, Lord True Dragon. Good luck, Draconic Cat." The primitive demon race members below the arena had high hopes for Long Teng. The dragon race members kept cheering for the Draconic Cat. As long as the true dragon was defeated, the primitive demon race members would understand that it was useless to place their hopes on the true dragon because the dragon race was still undefeatable. Mu Yu stood in the crowd and stared at Dragon Vine, his eyes drifting. "I don't know how strong Long Teng is, but the Draconic Cat's speed is terrifying. I'm worried that Long Teng won't be able to keep up," Xiao Shui said seriously. "It's up to him. Since he has this kind of status, He should have the strength to match this status. Otherwise, he can only follow me forever. Muyu said helplessly. The dragon vine hadn't fully matured yet. Ever since it transformed into a dragon on floating Immortal Island, it had been relying on Muyu's protection. At that time, Muyu didn't know what the dragon vine was. He only thought of it as a cold demon beast. But in the end, he found out that this guy's background was too unusual. However, since Long Teng was the second true dragon of this world, if he wanted to be recognized by the shifters, then he had to have the strength of a true dragon. Otherwise, he would not be able to conquer the other shifters. Actually, following Muyu wasn't a big deal. Muyu didn't mind protecting him, but he also hoped that Long Teng would have his own path to walk. Begin. The judge shouted loudly. The draconic cat's body suddenly became illusory. It was as if he had become a black shadow on the stage. The moment the judge announced the start of the match, he had already turned into a shadow in the air and flashed towards Long Teng. Only then did Long Teng slowly put down his hand. His eyes were fixed on the shadow. The shadow arrived in an instant. A sharp claw broke through the air and grabbed at Long Teng. Ding! Long Teng's hand met the claw and collided with it. Neither of them had the upper hand in the first exchange. However, this time, the draconic cat was only testing the waters. His speed was extremely fast. When his attack didn't land, he immediately retreated. His body quickly circled around Long Teng, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Bang! Ding! Shua! In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged more than 100 blows. The draconic cat's speed was extremely fast, but Long Teng's reaction was also very fast. However, Long Teng seemed to be at a disadvantage in terms of speed. He was constantly on the defensive and didn't have the chance to attack the draconic cat. Long Teng had also started to move. He quickly circled around the rising dragon stage. He didn't want to sit there and wait for his death. His body also turned into a shadow and chased after the draconic cat in the air. However, his speed was still slower. At some point, the draconic cat's claw reached out and forcefully broke through Long Teng's defense. It left a bloody mark on Long Teng's chest. Everyone was sweating for Long Teng because they could all see that Long Teng's speed was no match for the draconic cat. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Long Teng doesn't look too good. He's not fast enough. Qiao Shui frowned. That won't happen. A big earthworm won't be defeated by a small cat like this. Little Handsome said nonchalantly. You have that much confidence in him? Qiao Shui asked. This kitten's speed is far worse than mine. I often fight with the big earthworm. Although his speed is not as good as mine and he is always beaten by me on the ground, he will soon learn to be smart. Little Handsome said casually, not worried at all. But Master True Dragon's situation doesn't look good. The old doctor was very anxious. He was worried that Long Teng would be severely injured. He knew that the draconic cat wouldn't go easy on him. Don't worry. He's just familiarizing himself with the draconic cat's speed and attack methods, Muyu said. Although Long Teng liked to sleep in, Muyu knew how Long Teng and Little Handsome fought. Little Handsome often had the upper hand, and after Long Teng suffered a loss once, he would gradually turn it around. He wouldn't let Little Handsome win a second time. Usually, Little Shui would always have the upper hand in a fight because Little Shui was very smart and playful. He could always come up with all sorts of weird ideas. However, this also allowed Long Teng to gain a lot of fighting experience. The primitive devil race people were worried for Long Teng, but the dragon race people were very proud. Seems like Master True Dragon's reputation is undeserved. If he only has this kind of strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince all the devil race people. The draconic cat is a famous genius of our dragon race. Although his true dragon's bloodline is only 80%, why do I feel that he's even more powerful than the so-called true dragon? Seems like some lowly race's wishes are going to be dashed. The surrounding dragon race people started to laugh without restraint. They didn't even try to control their voices. They purposely let the primitive devil race people hear it. The primitive devil race people were burning with anger, but they couldn't do anything about it. Long Teng was in a passive position on the stage. In everyone's opinion, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The draconic cat's speed was getting faster and faster. He was the descendant of a mysterious cat and a dragon. He had the agility of a cat. When he saw the wounds on Long Teng's body, he became more and more proud. If I can defeat the true dragon, then no one will dare to doubt my reputation among the devil race. The draconic cat's heart was burning with passion. Defeating Long Teng was a great honor for him. However, the draconic cat understood one thing. Although Long Teng was defending and had claw marks on his body, these claw marks were only flesh wounds. The draconic cat couldn't defeat Long Teng in a short time. Slowly, the draconic cat realized that something was wrong. At first, he was able to get close to Long Teng and leave wounds on his body. But now, Long Teng seemed to be slowly adjusting. It was getting harder and harder for him to hurt Long Teng. What's going on? The draconic cat was annoyed. He couldn't take advantage of Long Teng anymore. However, at this moment, Long Teng, who had been defending all this time, suddenly let out a deep roar. A majestic dragon roar rang out, echoing in the surroundings. At the same time, Long Teng had already clasped his hands together. A strand of azure dragon chi appeared in his palm, gradually condensing into a sphere. From what I can see, your speed is not fast enough. Long Teng's hands gradually separated, and the condensed dragon essence in his palms elongated into a sword. This sword was completely formed from surging dragon essence. His gaze suddenly focused on a certain moment, and the sword in his hand drew a sharp arc in the air, cleaving apart the phantom with a single slash. Ding! The draconic cat's claws clashed with the sword in Long Teng's hands. There was a crisp sound. The draconic cat's expression changed. He quickly retreated and stood still. What a strong sword chi! The draconic cat's claws emitted a grey light. He was careless and allowed Long Teng's sword chi to enter his body. Now, his entire hand was numb. The sword in Long Teng's hand drew a green light in the air and pointed at the draconic cat. His entire body was like the sword in his hand. Heavenly Sword 9 Guides. Long Teng only knew one move. However, when this move was used to the extreme, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. Shua! Long Teng jumped up. His sword chi was cold. His speed was not faster than the draconic cat. When the sword arrived, the draconic cat retreated to the left. It was just a simple exchange of blows. He was already at a disadvantage. He did not dare to take the green light head-on. However, Long Teng's sword turned in the air and blocked the draconic cat's escape route. It was as if he knew that the draconic cat would run in that direction. The draconic cat's expression was serious. He stepped in the air. It was as if he stepped on a ripple. His body bent into a strange angle and dodged Long Teng's sword. However, the sword in Long Teng's hand changed again. It was like a shadow following the draconic cat's body. The draconic cat's reaction was predicted by Long Teng. The draconic cat's reaction was already very fast. However, he was still unable to dodge the sword completely. A sword mark appeared on his shoulder. Damn it! The draconic cat groaned. His body rolled in the air and turned into his original form. His speed was twice as fast as before. He finally dodged Long Teng's attack. The draconic cat's original form was a black cat. He was 2 meters long. His tail was even longer than his body. It was about 3 meters long. However, his body did not have fur. Instead, it was covered in scales. It looked very strange. After the draconic cat turned into his original form, his speed was even faster than before. His 2 long tails were like sharp whips in the air. Just a light stroke caused the air to heat up. Pa! The draconic cat's tail clashed with Long Teng's sword. There was a sound of metal clashing. The draconic cat's tail was very fast. It only touched Long Teng's sword for a short while. The draconic cat turned into a shadow in the air again. Because of his speed, it was as if he had thousands of tails. They intertwined in the air. In a breath's time, he had attacked Long Teng more than 1,000 times. However, the speed of Long Teng's sword was getting faster and faster. He was always able to block the draconic cat's tail at the most opportune moment. The sword shadows were like flowers. The people below the stage were watching the show. However, the people on the stage were getting more and more shocked. How is this possible? He clearly could not catch up to my speed. How is it that after I turned into my original form, he could still catch up? The draconic cat was shocked. He thought that after he turned into his original form, he would definitely be able to stop Long Ting from catching up to him. However, Long Ting's response was beyond his imagination. He did not even give him a chance. I don't even need to turn into my original form to deal with you, Long Ting said calmly. Then, the sword in his hand suddenly stopped at a certain moment. The sword formed by the draconic essence stopped at a certain point. However, a strong sword will came out from Long Ting's sword. The sword will swept across the rising dragon arena. Countless draconic shadows danced in the air and emerged from the sword. Every draconic shadow was like a sharp flying sword. They intertwined in the air and clashed with the draconic cat's tail. The entire rising dragon arena was dazzling. The sword will in Long Ting's hand was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a torrential river that was trying to rush out from the opening. His body became very firm. One man and one sword. He looked so holy and dazzling on the rising dragon arena. The green light enveloped his body. All the shifters were amazed. The draconic cat did not stop attacking. His claws flashed through the air rapidly. His nimble cat tail was also very sharp. He attacked Long Ting from different directions. However, Long Ting's defense was impenetrable. The draconic cat did not have a chance to attack. The draconic cat's attack speed was gradually slowing down. Such rapid attacks were very taxing on him. If he could not end this battle quickly, it was only a matter of time before he lost. Damn it. If this continues, I will lose. The draconic cat's mind raced. In the past, his speed was basically invincible among the shifters of the same level. This was also the reason why he could win. The draconic cat had the agility and powerful attack power of a cat. He was one of the most valued dragon species among the dragon clan. As a member of the Black Tiger Dragon clan, his status was only second to the Black Tiger Dragons. But this time, he encountered Long Ting. At first, Long Ting couldn't keep up with his speed, but not long after, his speed lost its advantage in front of Long Ting. Long Ting was always able to coincidentally know where his next attack would be, and see his movements clearly. I will definitely defeat the true dragon. Chapter 776. There were alchemists in the demon race, but none of them had reached the 6th stage. They didn't have a complete alchemy system like the human race, and the pills they made were only effective for certain demon race members. The same pill might not be effective for other demon race members, so they couldn't promote it. Although there was a rule that forbade the use of external powers, the 4 great dragon races wouldn't really abide by the rules. The draconic cat had already gotten a pill that was specially made for him this year. The pill that the draconic cat took could double his speed. He believed that as long as he was a bit faster, he would be able to defeat Long Ting. If he could defeat a real dragon, then his status in the Azure Dragon dynasty would definitely rise. Today, he would use Long Ting to prove to everyone that he was stronger than a real dragon. Those who weren't as strong as the draconic cat couldn't see his little trick, but how could Long Ting not see it? Using external powers? Long Ting sneered. Just now, the purple lightning-winged dragon had seriously warned everyone not to use external powers, but the draconic cat didn't care at all. Even the judge, who was stronger than them, didn't say anything and ignored it. Mu Yu also saw the draconic cat's little trick. Not only him, but anyone who was in the form synthesis stage could see it. However, most of the people who saw it were from the dragon race, so they didn't care. Every dragon race member didn't welcome the arrival of a real dragon. This little mixed-blood dragon is cheating. We will report him. Xiao Shui scolded. Report him? Who will report him to? The judge or the 4 clan leaders? Mu Yu snorted. The competition wasn't fair, and this was within Mu Yu's expectations. It would be strange if the draconic cat could follow the rules. The 4 clan leaders would definitely come up with all sorts of excuses. This is too much. Since the Grand Ancestor isn't here, they can do whatever they want. We agreed not to use external powers, but the draconic cat has already used a speed-increasing pill. Is the judge blind? The old doctor shouted angrily. The other primitive demon race members also noticed that the draconic cat's speed was getting faster and faster. When they heard the old doctor's angry shout, they immediately understood what was going on and started to criticize him. Nonsense. Long when Marrow was hiding his strength just now. How could he have taken a pill? Old doctor, don't talk nonsense. A body integration stage dragon said without blushing. There weren't many people below the stage who could clearly see that the draconic cat had taken the pill. This draconic clan member was arranged here to distort the truth so that those who couldn't see the truth would not be able to make a judgment. The old doctor could not sit still any longer. He wanted to rush up and reason with the referee, but Muyu held him back. Don't worry, the dragon vine is not that weak, Muyu said calmly. On the rising dragon stage, the draconic cat's speed suddenly increased by more than 2 times. His figure could no longer be seen clearly. His long tail was swinging from all directions, slamming onto the stage. The rumbling sounds were endless, as if the entire rising dragon stage was going to be torn apart. If not for the unique structure of the rising dragon platform, it would have been riddled with holes long ago. At that moment, the draconic cat discovered a gap in Long Teng's defense. It was overjoyed. It adjusted its body in the air and aimed its tail at Long Teng's back, stabbing it mercilessly. I've been waiting for you. Long Teng suddenly turned around. The sword in his hand that was formed by draconic essence forcefully changed its direction in the air. All the sword chi had disappeared, and it slashed towards the draconic cat's tail. The draconic cat was shocked. He thought that this was a gap in Long Teng's defense. He did not expect that this was a gap that Long Teng had purposely revealed to lure him into the trap. He tried to stop himself from falling, wanting to dodge the sword. However, the sword chi was still blooming in the air. Swoosh! The sword chi suddenly shot out and slashed down at lightning speed. Ah! The draconic cat let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, with a bang, he was kicked off the rising dragon stage by Long Teng. Only half of his tail was left on the rising dragon stage. It's useless to use external force. If you don't follow the rules, this tail will be a lesson, Long Teng said coldly. The sword chi in Long Teng's hand swept out again, turning the broken tail on the stage into a bloody miss. All the dragon tribesmen's faces froze. When the draconic cat increased his speed, they thought that he would win without a doubt. Who would have thought that before the draconic cat could even use his speed advantage, Long Teng's sword had already cut off his tail that he was so proud of. Without his tail, the draconic cat's arms were cut off. Lord True Dragon has won. Haha. I knew it. No matter how you dragon tribesmen try to cheat, it's useless. Trying to play tricks in front of a true dragon is still too inexperienced. The primitive devil tribesmen cheered excitedly for Long Teng. Long Teng did not rely on any external force, and the draconic cat had broken the rules and lost so thoroughly. This battle was a huge slap to the dragon tribesman's face. Judge, who won this battle? Long Teng looked at the judge who kept silent about the draconic cat's cheating. The judge was also a dragon tribesman. He wiped his sweat and said, "Yes, Lord True Dragon has won." The result of this battle was so obvious. No matter how biased the judge was, there was no way he could lie through his teeth. Only then did Long Teng walk down the rising dragon stage arrogantly. Xiao Shuai and Mu Yu had already walked up to him. "Big earthworm, you're a bit slow. I thought you would be faster," Xiao Shuai said with disdain. "Little mouse, if you were the one fighting, you might not even be this fast." Long Teng replied rudely. "Mu Yu and I both won in seconds. You're the slowest." Xiao Shuai snorted. The two of them started to bicker again. Either way, they would feel uncomfortable if they did not bicker. In the distance, the 4 dragon tribesmen's faces looked terrible. They had been paying attention to this battle. As long as the draconic cat defeated Long Teng, the primitive devil tribesmen's hopes would be destroyed. However, they did not expect that they had underestimated Long Teng's strength. Long Teng's sword skills were indeed extraordinary. Even the strongest draconic cat in the spirit-severing stage was defeated. The true dragon is indeed powerful, Purple Electric Flying Dragon said thoughtfully. Long Keshuang snorted coldly. Now that the draconic cat has been defeated, our plan to defeat the true dragon has gone down the drain. I thought that the draconic cat would bring us a surprise, but it's still a bit regretful. What do you think? Jade Jiao Dragon looked at He Hulong mockingly. He Hulong's face looked terrible. The draconic cat was one of his tribesmen. Not only did the draconic cat fail to complete the mission, half of his tail was also chopped off by Long Teng. He was afraid that his strength would be greatly reduced in the future. To He Hulong, this was equivalent to losing a talented tribesman. Therefore, Jade Jiao Dragon could not wait for the draconic cat to be killed by Long Teng. Now, we can only rely on Long Feiying. Even if he can't win, he has to severely injure Mu Yu and not give Mu Yu any chance to breathe. As long as Mu Yu is severely injured, we can secretly attack Mu Yu. Purple Electric Flying Dragon said after pondering for a moment. Why do we have to go through so much trouble? I think the four of us can just sneak into Dawn Valley and kill Mu Yu tonight, Jade Jiao Dragon said coldly. When Mu Yu came to Dawn Valley, the four of them did not make a move because they had not joined forces. They all had their own ideas about Long Teng, but they did not want to be caught by each other. Now that they had joined forces, there was no need to worry so much. Jade Jiao Dragon believed that with the four of them being in the tribulation stage, it was completely possible for them to sneak into Dawn Valley and capture Mu Yu and Long Teng without anyone knowing. Do you think that the desolate ruins poison is not deep enough? He Hulong sneered. He Hulong, do you really want to talk about this? Jade Jiao Dragon said angrily. He was poisoned by He Hulong back then. If it were not for the fact that they were planning to kill Long Teng, he would not be on the same side as He Hulong. Purple Electric Winged Dragon waved his hand and said, our main target now is Long Teng. If we still have internal strife, none of us will succeed. I think Jade Jiao Dragon's suggestion is good. We can go to Dawn Valley tonight and kill Mu Yu directly. I don't believe that he can do anything when the four of us are in the tribulation stage, Long Keshuang said. We've already discussed this last time. Besides, didn't you see the strength that Mu Yu showed today? His sword can unleash the strength of a tribulation stage cultivator. Jade Jiao Dragon, are you sure you can take him down without anyone knowing? Purple Electric Winged Dragon asked. That's right. Someone was even scared away by an ordinary reed. He Hulong was well aware of what had happened today. Jade Jiao Dragon was traumatized by the reeds in the swamp of the desolate ruins. Just now, Mu Yu took advantage of this to embarrass Jade Jiao Dragon in front of everyone. Jade Jiao Dragon held back his anger and said, if you didn't stop me, he would have died in my hand. But you can't kill him without anyone knowing. If you want to kill him, you will alert everyone in Dawn Valley. What excuse will you use to deal with Azure Dragon Patriarch? Purple Electric Winged Dragon said sternly. If you don't dare, Jade Jiao Dragon and I will do it ourselves. Long Keshuang said with a vicious expression. I don't mind letting Azure Dragon Patriarch vent his anger on the two of you. But you have to understand that Azure Dragon Patriarch only recognizes the true dragon, not us with impure bloodlines. It's fine if Mu Yu dies in your hands, but who among us dares to touch the true dragon? Once the true dragon goes missing, Azure Dragon Patriarch will find out that it was you who did it. He won't allow you to do such a thing when it comes to the true dragon. He might even kill you. He Hulong said coldly. Humph, we're in the same boat. You won't be able to get away from this. Jade Jiao Dragon retorted. Azure Dragon Patriarch cared a lot about the true dragon. False dragons like them were not favored by Azure Dragon. If something happened to the true dragon, no one would be able to bear Azure Dragon Patriarch's anger. They did not want to be suspected. Long Keshuang said, if that's the case, why don't we just do it straight away? Straight away? Kill Mu Yu, kill Long Teng, kill everyone in the Valley of Dawn, kill all the witnesses, and make sure the dead tell no tales. When the time comes, Patriarch Azure Dragon won't be able to investigate this matter. Chapter 777. The Valley of Dawn is the territory of the Luanfeng Demon King. Do you have a death wish? The purple electric flying dragon frowned. The purple electric flying dragon had considered this from the very beginning. However, he did not dare to voice his thoughts out loud because the Luanfeng Demon King was behind the Valley of Dawn. Even if he looked down on the primitive shifter race, he would not dare to touch the Valley of Dawn. However, Long Keshuang dared to voice his thoughts out loud. He had to admire her courage. What's the big deal? We can blame everything on Mu Yu. Many shifter race members have seen Mu Yu's strength today. He has the ability to destroy the entire Valley of Dawn. Then, we will use this as an excuse to kill Mu Yu and eliminate evil for the people. As for Long Ting, we will say that he died in the hands of Mu Yu during the chaos. Long Keshuang sneered. The other three looked at the woman before them and felt a chill run down their spines. A woman's heart was the most vicious. The reason Long Keshuang was able to sit in this position was not only because of her high cultivation, but also because of her decisive character. We should have done this long ago. Long Qi and Long Feiying's strength were on par with each other. Long Qi couldn't even last a breath against Mu Yu. It would be foolish for us to pin our hopes on Long Feiying. We had to do it ourselves. I agree to destroy the Valley of Dawn. The Jade Serpent had no objections to Long Keshuang's suggestion. The purple electric flying dragon and the black tiger dragon looked at each other and saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. Killing the entire Valley of Dawn is a big deal, the purple electric flying dragon said hesitantly. He did not feel sorry for the primitive shifter race members of the Valley of Dawn. Instead, he was worried about the Luanfeng Demon King. If you are not willing to take the risk, the two of us will do it. However, I can tell you that the Dragon Vine's bloodline will belong to us. Long Keshuang looked through the bustling crowd and saw the shifter race members of the Valley of Dawn who were still cheering. She sneered. The purple electric flying dragon and the black tiger dragon naturally did not agree. In order to obtain the Dragon Vine, sacrificing a few thousand shifter race members of the Valley of Dawn was nothing. As long as they obtained the Dragon Vine and used its bloodline to cultivate a true dragon, the throne of the Azure Dragon dynasty would belong to them. Good. However, we need to come up with a plan. If the four of us work together to destroy Dawn Valley, we won't be able to hide our actions from Patriarch Azure Dragon. We need to come up with a plan, the purple electric winged dragon said in a deep voice. Long Teng and Little Shuai were still bickering. Mu Yu sat at the side and fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Mu Yu, you look a little uneasy. Qiao Shui sat beside Mu Yu. Mu Yu shook his head. No, I just thought of something. Today, he had used the power of slaughter. Every time he used the power of slaughter, he would be strangely calm. However, the desire to slaughter under that calmness made him incomparably violent. That power had been controlling him to kill even more people. He had to restrain himself from being too deeply affected by that power. Big Earthworm, it's my turn again. I'll let you watch my performance. Little Handsome laughed proudly. There were many out-of-body stage Yarrow clansmen, so Little Handsome had to participate in a total of 5 matches. There were very few severed soul stage and out-of-body stage Yarrow clansmen, so Mu Yu and Long Teng didn't have to fight for the rest of the day. Every time Little Handsome went up on stage, he would attract the attention of the judges. Therefore, the old doctor kept explaining things to him. A 4- or 5-year-old child beat up all the Yarrow clansmen on the Rising Dragon arena. Little Handsome went easy on the primitive Yarrow clansmen. He only needed to throw them off the stage. Against the Dragon clansmen, he had to use all kinds of methods to beat them up. By the time the last match came, Little Handsome's image as the little genius of Dawn Valley had been deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. The judges also knew that this child was ridiculously strong. The Yarrow clansmen who fought Little Handsome no longer dared to look down on him. They also didn't dare to provoke him, because the more provocations they made, the worse they would be beaten up. Did you see that? That's what you call an instant kill. Little Handsome finished off his last opponent. This time, he was even eating a chicken leg while fighting. He was eating and playing at the same time. What's so good about beating an out-of-body stage Yarrow? Long Tongue pouted. I beat Severed Soul stage Yarrow clansman just as fast. Have you forgotten how I beat you up all the time? Little Handsome mocked. That's only because I let you win, Long Tongue harumphed. They quickly returned to Dawn Valley. According to the schedule of today's matches, the Rising Dragon meet would probably last for 3 days. However, the outcome was already decided. With Little Handsome around, those out-of-body stage Yarrow clansmen were no match for him. Long Tongue had already defeated last year's champion, Long Wen Marrow, so the remaining dragon clansmen were nothing to worry about. As for Mu Yu, he wasn't worried about Long Feiying at all. Because of the 3 of them, Dawn Valley was able to hold their heads high today. After all, the Rising Dragon meet had always been dragon clansmen. This year, the 3 of them were all from Dawn Valley, especially the Lord True Dragon who was going to lead the primitive Yarrow clansmen in an uprising. The Yarrow clansmen in Dawn Valley welcomed Mu Yu and the other 2 back with joy. Mu Yu and Long Tongue didn't like this kind of scene, so they quickly left. However, Little Handsome liked to stir up trouble. On top of that, he was very cute, so everyone liked him. As soon as he said what he wanted to eat, countless dishes would immediately be brought up. Night fell. All the Yarrow clansmen in Dawn Valley were already asleep. Mu Yu leaned against the railing and looked out. He observed the entire Dawn Valley. There were still people patrolling the area. The moment an outsider sneaked in, the alarm would be triggered. Thus, Mu Yu wasn't too worried. He was thinking about his own matters. He had been waiting in the Yarrow clan for almost a month, but the Yarrow kings still hadn't returned. If he waited any longer, he knew he would miss out on many things. He came to the Yarrow clan because there were only a few Yarrow kings who could deal with the threefold palace. This was also the key to saving his master. However, not only did Mu Yu have to save his master, but he also had to find the whereabouts of the soul-converging mind. Mu Yu had already asked around about the lightning-defying immortal, but no one knew of his existence. Does he usually appear in places where there is frequent thunder? Mu Yu said to himself. He didn't know where there was frequent thunder. There was no such place in the cultivation world. It was very troublesome to find the lightning-defying immortal in the vast sea of people. At this moment, Mu Yu's heart suddenly moved. He looked at a corner of Dawn Valley and then disappeared into the darkness. In the darkness, the 4 clansmen stood far away from Dawn Valley. A layer of powerful and hidden spiritual energy floated around them, making them seem to be one with the darkness. Do we really have to destroy the entire Dawn Valley? Purple Electric Flying Dragon was still a little hesitant. What are you hesitating for? With our cultivation and strength, we don't need to be afraid of such a small human, Jade Flood Dragon shouted. Enough talking. Let's do it according to the plan. The Black Tiger turned around and disappeared to the east of the Valley of Dawn. At the same time, Jade Flood Dragon and Long Keshuang flew to the south and back of Dawn Valley respectively. It was impossible for the winged dragon to back out. He was also involved in the plot to obtain the Dragon Vine bloodline. If the matter at night was exposed, the 3 people would definitely drag him down with them. There was no way he could stay out of this. Therefore, he immediately flew to the west side of Dawn Valley. 4 Tribulation Realm Dragon clan leaders surrounded Dawn Valley in the dark night from the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. If the 4 of them attacked together, it would be more than enough to destroy Dawn Valley in an instant. However, in order to frame Mu Yu and prevent the Green Dragon Monster King from finding evidence, they decided to use a formation to destroy Dawn Valley. Most of the monsters knew that Mu Yu was a formation master. Therefore, the 4 of them planned to set up a huge killing formation together. The killing formation set up by 4 Tribulation Realm experts was enough to raise the entire Dawn Valley to the ground. For symbols burning the sky, the 4 patriarchs stood in different positions, each holding a huge white beast bone in their hands at the same time. These bones were given to them by the Azure Dragon Demon King. They were refined using the Azure Dragon Demon King's essence. Their original intention was to use these 4 bones as the foundation of a formation to resist the invaders when the demon race encountered a calamity one day. However, they were using the 4 beast bones as tools to frame and kill their own kind. The 4 symbols burning the sky was a formation invented by the monsters. It was a supreme killing formation that was more than enough to destroy the entire Dawn Valley. Using the 4 beast bones as the foundation of a formation could not be hidden from the Green Dragon Monster King. However, they had already thought of a reason to frame him. As a spy sent by the humans, Mu Yu infiltrated the Valley of Dawn. After gaining the trust of the Valley of Dawn's demons, she set up an array formation in the Valley of Dawn and used the desolate ruin poison to kill everyone in the Valley of Dawn. She wanted to continue spreading the desolate ruin poison to the entire demon race. The 4 clan leaders had no choice but to use the killing formation to trap Mu Yu in Dawn Valley and kill him together. The reason was righteous. As for the true dragon, he died from the desolate ruin poison. Mu Yu, you killed my son and caused me to be poisoned by the desolate ruin poison. Today, I will make you pay for everything, the Jade Serpent thought. His hands quickly intertwined as he continuously channeled his spiritual energy into the beast bone. Waves of powerful formation patterns were transmitted in 2 directions with the beast bone as the center. Their movements were very light, like waves of ripples in the darkness, almost imperceptible. The 4 beast bones connected with each other and emitted a white brilliance. However, the brilliance soon disappeared and turned into gray light. It was impossible to see clearly in the darkness. However, the entire Dawnlight Valley was now enveloped by the 4 symbols burning sky array. The ripples of the array grew stronger and stronger. The square array formed by the 4 beast bones quickly sank into the ground around the Dawnlight Valley. It was like a cage, tightly trapping the valley. At this moment, all the residents of Dawn Valley were still sleeping. They had no idea that danger had arrived. For the true dragon bloodline, your deaths are worth it. The Jade Serpent smiled cruelly. Whoosh. Chapter 778. Demons were similar to cultivators in many ways. It was normal for a powerful cultivator to destroy an insignificant sect. For the demons, it was not a big deal for the 4 dragon clan leaders to join forces and destroy the primitive demons in the Valley of Dawn. It was still quiet outside the Valley of Dawn. In the nest in the forest, the 2 snow cranes were still talking in their sleep. The leaves drooped down peacefully and fluttered in the night breeze. A feather was blown up by the wind from the snow crane's nest. It gently rippled in the forest and drifted outwards. However, it didn't get very far before it encountered a terrifying fluctuation. Then, it melted like snow and turned into nothingness. The trees in front of it had long been shredded by the terrifying energy. The energy continued to push forward, silently destroying everything in its path. The 2 snow cranes were just about to flap their wings and flee, but it was too late. They were completely destroyed by the terrifying energy. The 4 guardians burning sky formation covered the entire Dawn Valley from the periphery. Everything in its path seemed to have been reshuffled. Whether it was the trees, the rocks, or the sleeping yarrow beasts and birds, everything was reduced to dust before they realized what had happened. It was a powerful killing formation. Under the joint efforts of the Jade Flood Dragon and the other 3 Tribulation Ascension Stage clan leaders, they pushed forward rapidly under the cover of the night. Nothing could escape from it. The 4 Guardians' sky-burning formation would surround everything trapped in the formation. Unless one's cultivation was higher than the one who set up the formation, it was impossible to break free from the formation. It could easily kill people without them noticing. Tonight, they planned to raze the entire Valley of Dawn to the ground. Be careful. Don't hurt the true dragon. The purple electric-winged dragon used a secret technique to transmit his voice to the other 3 so that they could not overlook this matter. We know, the Jade Flood Dragon replied impatiently. The 4 Guardians' sky-burning formation could wipe out everything. If one's cultivation was not higher than the 4 of them, it would be impossible to break free from the formation. Since the dragon vine was their target, they had to be careful not to let the dragon vine be killed. The Valley of Dawn was formed by 2 long mountain ranges, spanning more than 100 miles. Residents lived on the cliffs on both sides of the mountain ranges, numbering in the tens of thousands. Surrounding the valley were patches of forest, which were being silently destroyed at the moment. In order not to be noticed, the four of them deliberately slowed down the speed of the formation's encirclement so that no one would notice the entire process. Otherwise, if they disturbed the people of the Valley of Dawn and caused a commotion, the nearby Yarrow clan members would come to investigate the situation. If they discovered the four of them, they would have to kill even more witnesses. The Four Guardians' sky-burning formation quickly approached the peak of the Valley of Dawn. The four of them was filled with viciousness. Normally, they would not dare to think of the Valley of Dawn to sacrifice for Mu Yu and Dragon Vine, but for the true dragon's bloodline, they were willing to risk it. Buzz! Just as the four of them were engrossed in their task, a soft sound came from the outskirts of the Valley of Dawn. It was not loud, just like the buzz of a mosquito. It vibrated in the air for a fleeting moment, but the four of them had excellent hearing and immediately caught the faint sound. The four of them, who had a guilty conscience, were bewildered. What was that sound? The purple electric winged dragon asked softly. You don't know? The human Mu Yu is a formation master. The formation he set up must have been triggered, the black tiger dragon guessed. It doesn't matter how powerful the formation he set up is, it's too late now. The Jade Flood Dragon did not have that many concerns. He did not have a good impression of the Valley of Dawn. As long as he could kill Mu Yu and obtain the Dragon Vine, he would be willing to sacrifice all the primitive demons. The Four Guardians' incineration formation continued to advance toward the Valley of Dawn. The four of them were certain that Mu Yu's formation skills would be useless against a formation of this level. However, the four of them soon realized that something was wrong. They realized that their Four Guardians' incineration formation had encountered a strong resistance. This resistance was forcefully stopping the formation from advancing. How was this possible? The formation set up by the four Tribulation Stage clan leaders was extremely powerful. Even if Mu Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, there was no way he could stop the formation from advancing. What was the problem? What's going on? The purple electric winged dragon felt a vague sense of unease. However, before he could convey his doubts to the others, a calm voice echoed in the sky. The 4 clan leaders of the Dragon Clan are truly ruthless. They want to kill everyone in the Valley of Dawn. Mu Yu's figure appeared above the Four Guardians' incineration formation. He looked at the Jade Flood Dragon and the others with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. Mu Yu was not in the Valley of Dawn. How is this possible? How did you escape from the Four Guardians' incineration formation? The Jade Flood Dragon was furious. The other 3 clan leaders' expressions changed as well. They wanted to kill everyone in the Valley of Dawn silently, but they did not expect that Mu Yu was not in the Valley of Dawn at all. However, what made the 4 Dragon Clan leaders even more furious was yet to come. The 4 clan leaders are truly bold. How dare you kill your own brethren in the Valley of Dawn? The old physician's voice resounded in the Valley of Dawn from the darkness. The old physician was not the only one. The originally pitch-black Valley of Dawn suddenly became brightly lit. All of the Yarrow clansmen leaped into the sky. The light illuminated the figures of the 4 clan leaders of the Dragon Clan. The Four Guardians' incineration formation was left to you by Patriarch Azure Dragon to fend off external enemies, but you used it to kill your own brethren. As clan leaders of the Dragon Clan, you have committed such inhumane acts. Patriarch Azure Dragon will definitely bring you to justice, Xiao Shui said angrily in the Valley of Dawn. When Mu Yu sensed that something was amiss, he had already notified the old physician. The old physician had also woken up all of the Yarrow clansmen and made all the necessary preparations. All of this was to bear witness to the crimes of the 4 clan leaders. How did they discover us? The purple electric winged dragon's expression was grim. He had wanted to kill everyone silently, but he did not expect to alert everyone in the Valley of Dawn. If he did not finish this matter cleanly tonight, they would be severely punished when the Azure Dragon Demon King learned about it. What are you afraid of? They're just bluffing. The Demon Kings aren't here, so the 4 of us have the highest cultivation bases. Do you really think the Valley of Dawn has the ability to stop us? the jade serpent said viciously. That's right. Now that everyone in the Valley of Dawn has seen us attack, we have no choice but to kill everyone in the Valley of Dawn. We have no way out, Long Keshuang said without a change in expression. The Jade Flood Dragon said loudly, his voice spreading far and wide, Human Mu Yu, how dare you kill everyone in the Valley of Dawn? Today, we will punish you on behalf of the heavens. The Jade Flood Dragon wanted to strike first. Before more Yarrow clansmen noticed the abnormality in the Valley of Dawn, they had to find a reason to attack the Valley of Dawn, and this reason was to slander Mu Yu first. Mu Yu laughed. Kill people in the Valley of Dawn? Jade Jiao Dragon, are you really that stupid? I wonder if you've heard of the Mirror Beast Demon Spirit. The Mirror Beast Demon Spirit could record everything that happened around the Mirror Beast Demon Spirit. As long as it was activated with spiritual energy, it would know what happened. There was no way to fake it. Mu Yu had already engraved the actions of the 4 Dragon Clan leaders into the demon spirit. It was clear who wanted to kill the people of the Valley of Dawn. The 4 Dragon Clan leaders' expressions changed again. As members of the Demon Clan, they were very familiar with the Mirror Beast's demon spirit. The 4 patriarchs looked at the Mirror Beast's inner core in Mu Yu's hand, and their eyes flashed with killing intent. They had to destroy this fatal evidence. What do we do now? The purple electric winged dragon was already regretting his decision. He knew that wiping out the entire Dawn Valley was not a good idea. Even if they retreated now, the Luan Phoenix Demon King would find out about this and come knocking on their door. Even the Azure Dragon Demon King would have a hard time protecting them. How did they block our 4 Guardians' burning sky array? The Black Tiger Dragon asked in a low voice. The 4 Guardians' burning sky array was jointly used by 4 Tribulation Passing Stage clan leaders. It should not have been blocked. The old doctor shouted coldly in the Valley of Dawn, Do you think the Valley of Dawn is a place to be trifled with? The Valley of Dawn is the territory of the Luan Phoenix Demon King. Before he left behind a treasure to protect the Valley of Dawn. The 4 Guardians' burning sky array may be powerful, but it can't block the Divine Fire Barrier. Divine Fire Barrier, the purple electric winged dragon exclaimed. The Divine Fire Barrier of the Luan Phoenix Demon King was an indestructible treasure. As Yarrow clansmen, they knew the power of this treasure. It was as precious as the Sea Demon King's 1,000-ruler sea-quelling ruler. Don't worry, the Divine Fire Barrier is not in the hands of the Luan Phoenix Demon King. It can't unleash its full power. If we work together, we can still force this treasure back. Long Keshuang reacted quickly. She understood that some transcendent artifacts could only unleash their full power in the right hands. The fact that Dawn Valley could only use the Divine Fire Barrier to defend themselves and not counterattack meant that they could not fully control this transcendent artifact. However, a black and white sword had already appeared in Mu Yu's hand. An intense killing intent once again invaded Long Keshuang's body. The terrifying killing intent was like a torrential river that poured down from the sky. This caused Long Keshuang's expression to change once again. This time, Mu Yu's target was her. You won't have the chance to work together. Mu Yu said calmly. His voice became cold and emotionless again. There was only pure killing intent left. Mu Yu, who had mastered the power of killing, had already reached the tribulation passing stage. Even Long Keshuang did not dare to underestimate his sword. You guys help me block it. I will kill this brat first. Long Keshuang quickly formed a seal in her hand and fixed the white beast bone in the air. She maintained the 4 Guardians' burning sky array. She had already rushed into the sky with a scarlet whip in her hand. She welcomed Mu Yu's sword chi. Ding! The sword chi and the whip shadow rumbled in the air. And, a majestic fluctuation spread out from the center of the 2 men. It then exploded on the 4 Guardians' heaven-burning array. And, the 4 Guardians' heaven-burning array started to tremble. In fact, it even showed faint signs of collapsing. After all, Mu Yu and Long Keshuang had both reached the tribulation passing stage. Their fight was not a small matter. The terrifying fluctuations had already affected the normal operation of the 4 Guardians' burning sky array. Although Long Keshuang was stronger than Mu Yu, She could not kill Mu Yu in a short time. Chapter 779. The Four Guardians Sky Burning Formation required 4 people to work together to wipe out everything. Once one person was missing, the formation could not continue to advance. If 3 people were missing, the formation would be destroyed automatically. Therefore, they only dared to withdraw the Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Kushwang. Good. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Yu Jiaolong also stabilized the beast bone formation base in its hand before it leaped up and flew toward Mu Yu. Without the Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Kushwang, the Black Tiger Dragon and the Purple Electric Winged Dragon could only use a higher cultivation to fight against the Divine Fire Barrier. They wanted to advance the killing formation. In fact, they could choose to withdraw the formation and attack the Divine Fire Barrier directly. With their skills, they could still break through the Divine Fire Barrier's defense. Then, they could enter the Dawn Valley and kill all the primitive demons. However, this method could easily leave some people behind. The old doctor and the others were not to be trifled with, especially Qiao Shui. She could control water and grew up in the Dawn Valley. She knew everything here like the back of her hand. It would be easy for them to escape. Therefore, they had to use the Four Guardians Sky Burning Formation to burn everything, including people and evidence. A long spear appeared in the Jade Jiao Dragon's hand. It emitted a cold light in the air like a flash of light in the dark night. It pierced toward Mu Yu with a ruthless killing intent. The 2 crossing calamity stage demons attacked Mu Yu at the same time. They wanted to kill Mu Yu as soon as possible. Mu Yu, be careful. Qiao Shui shouted anxiously in the Dawn Valley. Qiao Shui originally wanted to go out and fight the 4 Dragon Clan leaders with Mu Yu. However, because the Luan Phoenix Demon King told her how to use the Divine Fire Barrier, she had to activate it together with the old doctor. However, Qiao Shui also understood that she did not have the power to kill. She could not raise her cultivation to the crossing calamity stage. Even if she went out, she would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks. Maintain the Divine Fire Barrier. Don't let them break it. Mu Yu's voice was emotionless. The power of slaughter was swimming around him. Tens of thousands of sword energies, mixed with a strong killing intent, flew toward the Jade Flood Dragon and Long Kushwang. The most powerful beings in the Valley of Dawn were only a few body integration stage primitive demons. There was no way they could last long against the 4 dragon leaders. The only one who could protect the Valley of Dawn was Mu Yu. Brat, take care of yourself first. The Jade Flood Dragon spear was like a long dragon. As it swung down, the wind and clouds in the sky violently changed, covering the moon and the stars in the sky. The pale white brilliance pierced through the sky as if it was tearing it apart. On the other hand, Long Kushwang's whip was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. The whip's shadow bloomed with tens of thousands of crimson light in the sky, rolling into circles of ripples. Each ripple was like a sharp blade, splitting the darkness and blasting toward Mu Yu again. Mu Yu did not take the attack head-on. Even if he had the power to kill, he could not withstand the attacks of 2 crossing calamity stage experts at the same time. Runes rose from his body and wrapped him up. With a flash of green light, he disappeared on the spot and escaped from the range of the spear and the red whip. The spear and the whip's shadow bombarded a short mountain 1,000 meters away. Immediately, the mountain was blasted into 2 halves. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Tree fragments flew everywhere. Before they could splash up, they were rolled into powder by the violent spiritual energy. The power of the crossing calamity stage experts was really too strong. Mu Yu retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated hundreds of miles away and flashed into the distance. The purple electric winged dragon hurriedly shouted, "You too, your movements are too loud." But it was too late. Although they had controlled their strength just now, the destructive power was so strong that it woke up all the monster clansmen within thousands of miles. Many monster clansmen were already rushing to the scene of the accident. Let's end this quickly. Long Kushwang and Jade Jiao Dragon also understood that the situation had become serious. They had to kill Mu Yu before the other monster clansmen came to check the situation. Otherwise, Their business tonight would easily spread to the Green Dragon Monster King. The two figures were not slower than Mu Yu at all. They instantly locked onto Mu Yu's breath. In fact, Mu Yu's murderous aura was like a bright lamp in the darkness. Anyone could easily detect it. However, Mu Yu stopped after retreating for a short distance. He turned around and looked at Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang. At the same time, the Jade Serpent and Long Keshuang stopped as well. They looked at each other in fear and didn't dare to take another step forward. In front of them was a swamp. Behind the swamp was the desolate ruins, poisonous fog that terrified countless monster clansmen. Bastard! This brat purposely led us here. Jade Jiao Dragon was furious. Thinking of how he had been tortured by the desolate ruins poison for so many years and how he had sacrificed himself to get rid of the poison, he was furious. No matter what, we have to kill him tonight. Long Keshuang's face was so gloomy that water could be wrung out of it. The desolate ruins poison was also fatal to Tribulation Realm dragon clansmen like them. However, if they did not kill Mu Yu, when the Luanfeng Monster King came back and learned the truth, they would not be any better. Mu Yu knew that he could not defeat the 4 Tribulation Realm dragon clan leaders. He could only rely on the desolate ruins poison. The desolate ruins poison would make Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang afraid and not dare to use their full strength. This was his chance. Before Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang started to move, the reeds in the swamp had already begun to float. Countless reeds were like sharp swords in the air. They cut through the dark night sky and flew rapidly towards Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang. Don't break these reeds, Jade Jiao Dragon reminded. Previously, he had broken one of the reeds and inhaled more desolate ruins poison. The plants at the edge of the desolate ruins all carried the desolate ruins poison. Jade Jiao Dragon had already suffered once and did not want to suffer a second time. However, even though they did not want to break the reeds in the air directly exploded. The yellow desolate ruins poison shot out and covered the entire sky. Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang were already prepared. They immediately retreated 10 miles away. The desolate ruins poison could not hit them. A black and white sword light lit up in the yellow fog, illuminating the entire swamp. The biting cold murderous intent covered the sky and continued to slash towards Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang. Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Keshuang could only cautiously receive the sword light. At the same time, they retreated again. The two of them fought very sullenly because their cultivation was clearly one level higher than Mu Yu's. However, when facing Mu Yu's attacks, they could only choose to avoid, fearing that they would be contaminated by the desolate ruins poison. Long Keshuang was very angry. She took a step forward, and the scarlet whip in her hand grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became 1,000 feet long. Her whip danced in the air like a bright-colored fiery red dragon python spinning. Brat, don't think that I can't kill you just because you're hiding in the desolate ruins. Long Keshuang was the only female among the 4 patriarchs. Her attacks were ruthless, and her cultivation was also the highest. The whip transformed into 1,000 jong long dragon python that roared in the air with its bloody mouth wide open. The whip was not afraid of the desolate ruin poison. It fearlessly rushed into the layers of desolate ruin poison and bit towards Mu Yu. This huge dragon python was unable to crush the desolate ruins poison, but it destroyed all the reeds that came at it. The biting cold demonic power swept across the entire swamp, shattering all the swamps within a radius of a few hundred miles. Mu Yu's eyes were cold. His sword light soared to the sky and was not any weaker than the dragon python. When the sword light and the dragon python collided, an earth-shattering sound erupted. It was as if the heaven and earth were falling apart. The sword light and the shadow of the whip tore countless holes in the night sky. A bottomless ravine was formed on the ground and all the plants in the swamp were destroyed. With such a loud sound, it was impossible to keep a low profile even if one wanted to. Let's see how you can still be so arrogant after destroying these plants. Long Keshuang shouted. Is that so? It was the same in Mu Yu's hand. Countless reeds broke through the ground and began to sprout. They swayed with the wind and grew back in an instant as if nothing had happened. Long Kushwang's expression froze. Only now did she remember that Mu Yu had the same ability as Qiao Shui. He was the host of Spirit Lord Mu Yumeng. However, she was not worried about anything. The shadow of the dragon python whip in the air extended again and emitted vermilion rays of light. It shot out and destroyed the reeds that had just sprouted. Sky-ripping dragon python, Long Kushwang coldly snorted, and the dragon python that had already turned into 100,000 feet long began to dodge in the air. It was very nimble, and it did not clash head-on with the biting cold sword Qi. Instead, it began to coil around the giant sword, wanting to bind Mu Yu's sword Qi. At the same time, the Jade Jiao dragon's long spear rapidly expanded in the air and became 10,000 feet long. The long spear moved with a loud bang as if it wanted to pierce the sky. It was so insufferably arrogant. Mu Yu felt an unprecedented pressure. His true cultivation was only at the second heavenly layer of the combination realm. He could barely compete with people at the crossing calamity stage by relying on the power of slaughter. But now, the Jade Jiao dragon and Long Kushwang had joined forces. If they were not afraid of the poison in the ruins, Mu Yu would not be able to hold on for long. The sword Qi and the long spear collided with each other. Sparks flew in all directions and cracks appeared in the air. Terrifying ripples spread out. At the same time, the shadow of the dragon python whip had tightly coiled around the sword Qi. The huge vermilion dragon python firmly restrained the sword Qi in the air and wanted to shatter it. Crash! After the dragon python coiled around the sword Qi, the powerful pressure finally shattered the sword Qi into thousands of sword Qi fragments and splashed in the air. However, before they could rejoice, the shattered sword energy fragments suddenly turned into even smaller sword energy. They suddenly turned around in the air and all of them pierced towards the dragon python. The thousands of tiny flying swords seemed to be independent of each other. They performed the heavenly sword 9 guides and slashed at the dragon python's body from various angles. The shadow of the dragon python whip trembled, trying to shatter the flying swords. However, the flying swords were no less agile than the dragon python. They still hit the shadow of the dragon python whip and cut it into thousands of pieces. At this moment, the Jade Jiao dragon's long spear suddenly retracted and returned to his hand. However, his whole body became sharp. Standing in the dark night, he looked so sharp as if he had turned into a spear. Kang piercing sky. The Jade Jiao dragon attacked with the long spear in his hand. The spear was like a dragon and brought with it a terrifying whistling sound. The space around the spear shadow seemed to be unable to withstand it and began to distort. The air roared violently and countless violent dragon shadows flew in the air. At this moment, under the control of the Jade Jiao dragon, the long spear was strengthened by tens of thousands of swords and met Mu Yu's thousands of flying swords in the air. The long spear kept moving forward as if nothing in the world could stop it. Countless flood dragons appeared around the spear shadow and destroyed Mu Yu's thousands of flying sword. The long spear came with great momentum. It passed through the obstruction of the countless flying swords and continued to stab at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's hand quickly drew countless formation patterns. A black and white 8 trigrams formation with a diameter of 100 meters quickly took shape in front of his chest. Golden formation patterns swept out from the 8 trigrams formation and turned into a 1,000-meter-long hand that grabbed at the long spear. Die, brat. The Jade Jiao dragon sneered when he saw that Mu Yu didn't dodge and wanted to take his long spear head-on. He was very confident in his long spear attack. The Jade Jiao dragon's spear technique was sharp and domineering. Even He Hulong and the others didn't dare to take it head-on. He didn't believe that a puny human like Mu Yu could defy the heavens. The large hand formed by Mu Yu's 8 trigrams formation was like a water curtain that grabbed at the long spear. However, the long spear pierced through the palm of the large hand as if it was unstoppable and continued to move toward Mu Yu. However, the originally insufferably arrogant long spear seemed to have fallen into a quagmire when it pierced through the palm of the large hand. Its attack was actually slowed down. Formation, so close, yet worlds apart. In the face of the Jade Jiao dragon's long spear, so close, yet worlds apart was actually very fragile. With the current Mu Yu's formation, anyone who was slightly stronger than him could break it with brute force. Sure enough, So close, yet worlds apart didn't last long before cracks appeared on it. Originally, the short distance became unreachable. However, the Jade Jiao Dragon's long spear was so powerful that it instantly broke through the blockade of so close, yet worlds apart and continued to stab at Mu Yu. However, due to the obstruction of so close, yet worlds apart, the power of the spear shadow had been weakened by at least 30%. The 100-meter-long 8 trigrams formation in front of Mu Yu lit up with golden formation patterns again. Within the 8 trigrams, the two yin-yang fishes rapidly chased after each other and spun around. Then, black and white qi began to emerge from the 8 trigrams. The black and white qi separated from each other and combined with each other. The surrounding spiritual qi began to become ethereal with the black and white qi as the center, as if they had entered a dreamlike world. At the same time, the Jade Jiao Dragon's spear shadow also entered this space. The black and white formation patterns began to flow with the spear shadow as the center. A strong and soft aura flowed out and covered the fierce and domineering spear shadow. The originally unstoppable long spear's power was actually slowed down by the black and white formation patterns. Not only that, the black and white formation patterns suddenly burst out with a powerful murderous aura. The murderous aura instantly enveloped the long spear and annihilated the remaining power. Mu Yu panted heavily. It was still quite difficult for him to completely neutralize the Jade Jiao Dragon's attack. However, at this moment, the long whip appeared in Long Kushwang's hand again. The long whip swung in the air and instantly transformed into thousands of whip shadows. They splashed out and completely enveloped Mu Yu. Chapter 780. Long Kushwang's whip shadows danced in the air, blocking all of Mu Yu's escape route. At this moment, Mu Yu's attention was still on the Jade Flood Dragon's spear. He could not spare any time to deal with Long Kushwang's attack. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out at the edge of the desolate ruins. Mu Yu's figure was drowned in thousands of whip shadows. When Long Kushwang's whip shadows drowned Mu Yu, the Jade Flood Dragon had regained control of his spear. Then, the spear soared into the sky again. A cold light flashed in the air and transformed into thousands of spear shadows. After the whip shadows, the spear shadows bombarded the place where Mu Yu had been standing. The soil on the ground was riddled with holes. With Mu Yu as the center, there was not even a blade of grass growing within 100 miles. There was no sign of life at all. The Jade Flood Dragon and Long Kushwang looked at each other. After making sure that nothing would go wrong, they attacked again without hesitation. Thousands of whip shadows and thousands of spear shadows bombarded Mu Yu mercilessly. Ha! Does this brat really think that he can resist us with the desolate ruins poison? He's too naive. The Jade Flood Dragon laughed wildly. Long Kushwang also stared coldly at the place where Mu Yu had been standing. She was carefully searching for the possibility of Mu Yu's survival. Although Mu Yu was already dead, she did not let her guard down. What are you looking at? No matter how powerful that wretched human brat is, he's only at the body integration stage. Even if he were to rely on some special techniques, he would still be no match for the two of us. I think we've already blasted him to smithereens. The Jade Flood Dragon heaved a long sigh of resentment. His son's death and the desolate ruins poison in his body had made him very aggrieved. He had long hated Mu Yu to the core. Now that he had killed Mu Yu, all he had to do was capture the dragon vine before the demon kings returned. Then, he would wipe out all the primitive demons in the Valley of Dawn and frame Mu Yu for it. Yellow poisonous fog was still drifting around the edge of the ruins. Even in the terrifying battle just now, the poisonous fog had not been blown away. It was still drifting in the air above the swamp. Let's go back and act according to the plan. Long Kushwang scanned the area. After confirming that there was no trace of Mu Yu's aura, she turned around and prepared to leave. Why are you in such a hurry? However, just as Jade Serpent and Long Kushwang were about to return to Dawn Valley, a bone-chilling voice rang out from 3,000 meters away from where the explosion occurred. Their expressions changed once more. Mu Yu was still alive. The Jade Dragon turned around abruptly. Through the venomous fog of the desolate ruins, it had already seen Mu Yu. Its face twisted again. How did you manage to survive? Long Kershuang and Jade Serpent did not expect Muyu to be able to stand there unscathed under the joint attack of two Tribulation Realm Dragon chiefs. A strong killing intent returned to the two of them. The spear and whip shadows appeared in their hands again. I won't die before you two mixed blood dragons, Muyu said coldly. The runes under his feet were flashing faintly. It was the formation of a teleportation formation. Muyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The joint attack of Jade Serpent and Long Kershuang was too terrifying. He could only deal with Jade Serpent's spear. There was no way he could defend against the sky full of whip shadows. However, he knew this very well. Long before the Rising Dragon League began, he had already made preparations to deal with the four dragon tribes. He quietly came to the vicinity of the desolate ruins and set up many powerful formations. Among them, there was a teleportation formation buried deep underground. Just now, when he fought with Jade Serpent and Long Kershuang, he was inside the teleportation formation. The strength of Long Kershuang and Jade Serpent was far beyond what Muyu could handle alone. Therefore, when the explosion happened just now, he activated the teleportation formation in time and teleported himself to a place thousands of feet away, avoiding the disaster. He didn't hide in the wood spirit because once he did, the Jade Jiao Dragon and Long Kershuang would be able to sense his presence. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be trapped. Jade Serpent and Long Kershuang stood in place with endless killing intent in their eyes. However, there was still the yellow desolate ruins poison between them. Therefore, the two of them did not rush over directly. Don't you want to kill me anymore? Muyu coldly looked at Jade Serpent and Long Kershuang. He was very calm and clear-headed. The desire to kill made him want to kill the two dragons in front of him and let them become the souls of the dead under Mu Ling's sword. The killing intent spread in his heart, but it did not make him lose his mind. It only made him unreasonable. Don't be so arrogant. Jade Serpent and Long Kershuang flew up and quickly went around the desolate ruins poison mist. They approached Muyu again. The spear and red whip swept out again and struck towards Muyu. The black and white wood spirit suddenly transformed into a verdant body tree, swaying beside Muyu. Each of its branches was so gentle, but they were filled with an incomparably strong killing intent. Swoosh! All the leaves of the body tree turned into sharp swords in the air. Each leaf was a sword. The sword chi flew towards Jade Serpent and Long Kershuang with different sword forms in the air, trapping the two of them. Not only that, but each of the swords carried the yellow desolate ruins poison mist. The desolate ruins poison mist was mixed in with the sword chi and met the spear and whip shadows. Not good. Jade Serpent shouted angrily. The desolate ruins poison mist had traumatized him too much. He did not dare to take it head-on. He could only withdraw his spear, afraid that the flying swords would be destroyed and the desolate ruins poison mist would be released. The two of them quickly withdrew, but the black and white flying swords carried the desolate ruins poison mist were chasing after them. They could only retreat again, but right at this moment, his expression changed slightly. Because he didn't know when it started, but a layer of powerful formation runes had actually appeared around them and blocked their path. What's going on? Long Kershuang and Jade Serpent wanted to get closer to each other, but they found that they were separated by their own formation. Do you really think we're going to sit here and wait for death? Muyu said coldly. He would not fight a battle without preparation. He knew that the four dragon patriarchs would find trouble with Dragon Vine and even destroy the entire Dawn Valley for her. Only Muyu could fight against the four dragon patriarchs. He could only use something that the four dragon patriarchs were afraid of to deal with them. Not only did he set up a teleportation formation here, but he also set up all kinds of powerful formations. He stood on the teleportation formation and fought with the two dragon patriarchs just to make them lower their guard out of anger. They would continue to chase after him and fall into his trap formation. He wanted to lure the four dragon patriarchs here and kill them all with the desolate ruins poison mist. However, only Jade Serpent and Long Kershuang had followed him here. Humph! Do you think you can trap me with a mere formation-breaking technique? Yu Jiaolong roared. He thrust his spear at the barrier, but his face changed drastically when he was halfway through. He forcefully turned his spear around and pulled it back. Reed stems appeared everywhere on the formation barrier. These stems were placed in the formation patterns. They were so dense that they looked like woven straw mats. In Jade Serpent's eyes, they looked like ferocious existences. Once Jade Serpent's spear hit the barrier, all the fragile reed stems would be shattered at the same time. By then, Jade Serpent would be greeted by the terrifying Desolate Ruins poison mist. The Desolate Ruins poison mist was everywhere. Spiritual energy could not dispel it directly, not even a Tribulation Realm monster. I don't need this barrier to be powerful. It's more than enough to trap you. Muyu landed beside Jade Serpent's barrier. Jade Serpent was furious. When had he ever suffered such a loss? However, the Desolate Ruins poison was a nightmare to him. He did not want to suffer from it a second time. With a ferocious expression, he wanted to rush up and tear Muyu into pieces. I won't attack unless I'm attacked first. You're always trying to kill me, so I don't need to show you any mercy. Muyu's fingertip drew an array pattern, and all the reeds on the enchantment shone with a green light, followed by a series of cracking sounds. All the reeds crumbled, and the yellow Desolate Ruins poison filled the entire enchantment in an instant. No! Jade Serpent roared in horror. He unleashed a powerful spiritual energy, trying to separate himself from the Desolate Ruins poison. However, the poison was not affected by the spiritual energy at all. Jade Serpent's spiritual energy only intensified the Desolate Ruins poison mist's flow. His spiritual energy was gradually devoured and assimilated by the Desolate Ruins poison mist. Jade Serpent's face was extremely pale. He roared angrily. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. His long spear pierced through the barrier and he rushed out of the Desolate Ruins poison mist. However, the Desolate Ruins poison mist had silently entered his body. He inhaled some more of the Desolate Ruins poison mist. The strange poison in his body caused him excruciating pain. He clutched his chest. Yellow stripes appeared on his face, making him look ferocious and terrifying. Muyu, I want you dead. Jade Serpent transformed into his true form. At this moment, Muyu finally knew how Jade Serpent managed to remove the Desolate Ruins poison mist. Jade Serpent's chest was caved in, and many pieces of flesh were missing from his abdomen. It looked very strange. In order to save his hands and feet and protect his image, he resolutely chose to force the poison into his chest and then cut off the flesh on his chest. However, the flesh that was cut off could not grow back. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Rows of reeds appeared in front of Muyu again, protecting him. At this moment, Long Kushwang's panicked cry came from the barrier that trapped her. She had also broken the barrier set up by Muyu, but she had also inhaled a lot of Desolate Ruins poison mist. Jade Serpent and Long Kushwang reunited. Their faces were extremely sallow. Under the illumination of their respective magic treasures, they looked extremely haggard. Large beads of sweat kept rolling down their foreheads. Chapter 781. Once the Desolate Ruins poison entered the body, it could be suppressed with powerful cultivation if only a little was inhaled. However, it would still flare up frequently. Back then, the Jade Jiao dragon had to rely on the dragon pool in the North Ocean abyss to suppress it. However, if too much was inhaled, the poison of the Desolate Ruins would invade one's meridians and dissolve one's spiritual energy. By then, even the dragon lake in the North Shore abyss would not help. The Jade Serpent knew that better than anyone else. When He Hulong framed the Jade Jiao dragon was only inflicted with a small amount of the Desolate Ruins poison. The total amount of poison was not even as much as a leaf. However, this amount of Desolate Ruins poison was enough to make the Jade Jiao dragon who was in the Crossing Calamity realm suffer for several years. Tonight, the Jade Jiao dragon and Long Kushwang were inflicted with more than 10 times more Desolate Ruins poison than before. One could imagine their current situation. The two of them struggled in the air. The Desolate Ruins poison was running amok in their bodies. It was as if thousands of ants were biting their meridians. Every inch of their skin that was contaminated by the desolate ruins poison was excruciating. Yu Jiaolong and Long Keshuang both let out cries of terror. Their cries were heart-wrenching as they soared into the sky and spread far and wide. The monster clansmen who had just crawled out of their beds to check what was going on were all appalled. Every monster could not help but think, who on earth is making such miserable screams? Even if I die, I will take your lowly life. The Jade Jiao dragon roared and pounced on Mu Yu with the last of his strength. The spear in his hand struck out again. Violent spear shadows swept in all directions. The spear broke through the air and arrived in front of Mu Yu in the blink of an eye. However, this time, countless formation patterns flickered in Mu Yu's eyes. He quickly reached out his hand and grabbed the Jade Jiao dragon's spear in his hand. The poisoned Jade Jiao dragon's spear was no longer as powerful as before. The Jade Jiao dragon's desperate spear was no threat to Mu Yu at all. You want to drag me down with you? You're still a little short. Mu Yu turned the Jade Jiao dragon's spear. The sword chi spiraled up and crushed all the monster energy that the Jade Jiao dragon had attached to the spear. The entire spear was covered by the sword chi filled with killing intent. I'll return it to you. The spear flew out of Mu Yu's hand. An azure sword ray rose from the ground and pierced through the night like a sharp sword. A chilling sword energy mixed with a soul-stirring murderous intent shot towards the Jade Serpent at lightning speed. The Jade Serpent stared at Mu Yu in shock and fury. The spear that he was so proud of was no longer under his control and was now charging at him. It was a great insult to him. Most astounding to him was the surroundings of this spear started to tremble as a myriad of spear images flew out. Every single spear image carried peerless sword chi, causing it to seem so strange yet suffused with a murderous aura, and it sealed off all his paths of retreat. You dare to kill me? The Jade Serpent transformed back into its human form. It mobilized the last of its spiritual energy that had yet to be invaded by the desolate ruins poison. It wanted to take on the spear shadows that carried the sword chi. However, the sword chi was fierce and domineering. Its speed was far beyond its imagination. No. The Jade Serpent's face was filled with despair. It struggled to escape from this space, but the spear shadows and sword chi arrived in an instant. When the myriad of spear shadows approached the Jade Serpent, they all merged into one spear. The sword chi of this spear seemed to be able to pierce a hole in the sky as it pierced into the Jade Serpent's chest unstoppably. Bang! 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 The Jade Serpent's body was pierced through by his own spear. Like a broken sandbag, his body was sent thousands of feet away by the powerful impact. He smashed 3 mountains at the edge of the desolate ruins and was firmly nailed to the ground by his own spear. I can't accept this. The Jade Serpent stared at the spear in his chest in horror. Countless lives had been lost to his spear. In order to become the chief of the Dragon Clan, he had secretly killed many members of the Demon Clan. However, he had never thought that he would lose his life to the spear that he was so proud of. The aura of slaughter invaded his body. His vitality gradually flowed out of his body. His consciousness began to dissipate. Even his soul could not escape. The Jade Flood Dragon's body was nailed to the ground by the spear at an angle. There was no way for it to fall down. Blood flowed down from the wound on the spear and dripped on the ground. The sinful blood dyed the ground red. His eyes were wide open. Even in death, he could not believe that he would end up like this. One of the 4 chiefs of the Dragon Clan, the Jade Serpent of the North Shore Abyss, had died. After killing the Jade Serpent, Mu Yu's eyes were calm. However, the killing intent in his heart was still overwhelming. He turned his gaze to Long Keshuang, who was still struggling against the poison of the desolate ruins. Long Keshuang was stunned by Mu Yu's spear that carried sword chi. Originally, she wanted to save the Jade Serpent when Mu Yu attacked. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even if she wanted to help, there was no way she could stop it. She never thought that 2 chiefs of the Crossing Calamity stage like her and the Jade Serpent would join forces to kill Mu Yu. However, one of them was killed by him. You dare to kill the Jade Serpent in the territory of the Demon Clan? You will never walk out of the Demon Clan alive. Long Keshuang reprimanded him fiercely. However, she was panicking in her heart. The death of the Jade Serpent was too much of a shock to her. The 4 crossing Calamity Stage Dragon Clan patriarchs usually played tricks on each other, and even tried to kill each other. However, none of them had ever succeeded. Tonight, the 4 Dragon Clan patriarchs finally formed an alliance for the sake of the Dragon Vine. They thought that with their cultivation, even if Mu Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die. However, they were wrong. They were wrong beyond belief. Tonight, the one who died was not Mu Yu or the primitive demon clansman of the Valley of Dawn. Instead, it was the Jade Serpent, or even herself. Not only will I kill the Jade Serpent, but I will also kill you. The sword of Mu Ling in Mu Yu's hand pierced through the sky again. It was like a ray of light in the dark night, causing the stars in the sky to lose their color. The sword Qi seemed to tear the darkness apart as it slashed toward Long Keshuang again. Lowly human, how dare you attack me? Long Keshuang gritted her teeth and revealed the true form of the demonic dragon python. The agile and huge dragon python flashed rapidly in the sky. She saw the end of the Jade Serpent and the pain of the desolate ruins poison in her body. She was ready to escape. However, how could Mu Yu give her the chance? I will definitely kill those who want to kill me. The cold words were accompanied by the monstrous sword Qi. It was like a force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It suddenly blasted toward Long Keshuang. Long Keshuang's speed was no longer as fast as a heaven-combining realm cultivator. Mu Yu's sword Qi poured down like a storm from all directions and enveloped Long Keshuang. No matter how agile Long Keshuang was, she could not resist the sword Qi that was filled with killing intent. Don't kill me. I don't want the dragon vines anymore. Please let me go. At this critical juncture, Long Keshuang was already scared out of her wits. She was usually ruthless and killed people like scything flax. She would not show any mercy when taking the lives of others. However, when death befell her, she was more afraid of death than anyone else. The more power a person had, the higher their status, the more afraid they would be of losing everything. They were afraid of death. Long Keshuang was the same. Go and beg the king of hell. Mu Yu's sword Qi did not slow down. Even if he knew that he would be attacked by the entire demon race for killing the patriarchs of the 4 great dragon clans, he did not care at all. The desire to kill spread in Mu Yu's heart. At this moment, Mu Yu did not have any thoughts of mercy. Only the death of his opponent was what he wanted to do the most. When Long Keshuang saw that Mu Yu had no intention of letting her go, her eyes revealed an incomparably venomous look. She suddenly shouted, Mu Yu, you want to kill me? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Terrifying demonic energy rampaged within Long Keshuang's body. Her entire body had already swelled up, and the surrounding spiritual energy was swirling uneasily. It was actually sucked into her body, and her aura was also becoming stronger and stronger, reaching an incomparably terrifying level. Long Keshuang wanted to rely on detonating the remaining demonic power in her body to perish together with Mu Yu. With Long Keshuang's cultivation, if she forcefully self-detonated, she was afraid that within a radius of 1,000 miles, not even a blade of grass would be able to survive. You want to self-detonate? I won't give you the chance. Mu Yu's swordlight transformed into thousands of flying swords. They streaked across Long Keshuang's body from all kinds of ingenious angles. Each sword stabbed into Long Keshuang's acupoints and severed her meridians. Long Keshuang's body became riddled with holes in an instant. She looked like a ball that was pierced with countless holes. The originally violently condensed spiritual energy immediately leaked out from Long Keshuang's body. Her swollen body also began to gradually shrink. Long Keshuang once again let out a miserable scream. Bang! Long Keshuang's huge body fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. If you kill us, the Demon King Old Ancestor will definitely not let you off. We are the pillars of the demon race. He will definitely kill you to avenge us. Long Keshuang screamed miserably. However, all the meridians in her body had been severed and she could not move at all. She transformed back into her human form and curled up into a ball on the ground. However, Mu Yu's flying sword had already chopped down and a head rolled out. Blood splattered and life faded away. An indiscernible white soul power tried to escape, but it was completely absorbed by Mu Ling's sword. The pillars of the demon race. A stupid demon who wants to destroy the Valley of Dawn is worthy of being called the pillars of the demon race? Mu Yu's eyes were emotionless. If your life was not meant to end, then I would not have been able to kill you today. Unfortunately, you are very pitiful. You have already been abandoned. Mu Yu raised his head and looked at the distant sky. The dark void was quiet, but that void made Mu Yu feel threatened. He nodded thoughtfully and sneered meaningfully. I've killed 2. There are still 2 more. Let's kill them together. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.